Boa tarde. Bem-vindos à Cimeira da Recuperação, que encerra os 6 meses da presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia. O evento de hoje visa lançar a discussão sobre as questões fundamentais relacionadas com a economia europeia no pós-crise. Para abrir a sessão, chama ao púlpito o Ministro de Estado e das Finanças, João Leão.
Muito bom dia a todos. Good morning, everyone. Deixem-me começar por agradecer a vossa presença neste evento da PPUE, que encerra os 6 meses da presidência portuguesa. Encontramos-nos todos aqui em Lisboa, mais de um ano depois do início da pandemia, perante a maior crise de saúde pública das nossas vidas. A pandemia provocou uma crise económica sem paralelo na nossa história recente, tendo a economia europeia contraído mais de 6,1% o ano passado. A magnitude inédita desta crise obrigou a uma resposta sem precedentes de todos nós, das instituições e dos governos nacionais. Para tal, foi fundamental, numa primeira fase, suspender as regras orçamentais e dar margem aos governos para darem uma resposta à pandemia e reforçarem os sistemas de saúde e os apoios às famílias e às empresas. A União Europeia colocou adicionalmente à disposição dos Estados-membros um leque alargado e muito importante de instrumentos de combate às consequências económicas e sociais da crise, dos quais destaco uns muito importantes, o programa SURE, que foi muito utilizado inclusive por países como Portugal e outros, um instrumento importante de combate ao desemprego, para ajudar as empresas a manter os postos de trabalho, e o programa REACT, um programa de política de coesão para combater de forma rápida a recessão económica. O sucesso da resposta imediata à crise está presente na evolução do mercado de trabalho na Europa. Apesar da redução sem precedentes da atividade económica, a taxa de desemprego na União Europeia manteve-se relativamente estável face a níveis pré-pandémicos, tendo aumentado apenas 0,4% de 6,7% em 2019 para 7,1% em 2020 na União Europeia. Um valor muito distante das taxas de desemprego atingidas nos níveis das crises anteriores na Europa. Para ajudar a relançar a economia europeia de forma robusta e sustentável, foi ainda lançado o Mecanismo de Recuperação e Resiliência, um instrumento inédito de estímulo ao investimento e à transformação estrutural das nossas economias. Este mecanismo irá projetar a economia europeia para o futuro, fomentando a construção de economias mais verdes, mais digitais e mais inovadoras. Trata-se de uma resposta inédita que representará um investimento equivalente a 6% do PIB da União Europeia, financiado por emissão de dívida conjunta. Esta resposta europeia conjunta, que antes parecia impensável, conheceu a luz do dia em menos de um ano. O Plano de Recuperação Europeu mostra quanto se aprendeu face às lições da última crise financeira de 2008. Agora, nesta fase, com o processo de vacinação em curso, também ele coordenado ao nível europeu, tem-nos permitido acreditar numa forte recuperação da economia nos próximos meses e no próximo ano, apesar da incerteza que ainda existe. As últimas previsões indicam que o pior momento da crise já passou e que temos condições para assistir a uma recuperação rápida da economia nos próximos meses e ultrapassar na Europa os níveis pré-pandémicos no final do ano. Ainda assim, isto não é suficiente. De acordo com o Fundo Monetário Internacional, em 2022, o PIB da União Europeia deverá situar-se cerca de 3 pontos percentuais abaixo do que se teria verificado se não tivesse havido uma crise pandémica. Nestas circunstâncias, é fundamental refletir sobre os principais desafios macroeconómicos deixados pela pandemia e que a União Europeia enfrenta. É esse precisamente um dos objetivos desta Cimeira da Recuperação. Como assegurar que a pandemia não deixa estas cicatrizes permanentes na economia europeia, deixando um efeito estrutural permanente? Como promover uma recuperação robusta e sustentável? Qual o papel do investimento, nomeadamente na área ambiental, para assegurar não só uma recuperação económica forte, mas também para atingir os nossos objetivos ambientais? Qual o papel do investimento, da transição digital da investigação e desenvolvimento e da formação na promoção do crescimento da economia europeia. De acordo com a OCDE, a União Europeia investe apenas 2,1% do PIB em investigação e desenvolvimento, o que é um ponto percentual abaixo do que fazem os Estados Unidos da América. Entre as 30 maiores empresas tecnológicas do mundo, apenas 2 neste momento são europeias. O futuro da economia europeia terá obrigatoriamente de passar pelo reforço da forma como se posiciona face aos outros grandes blocos económicos, nomeadamente nos objetivos de neutralidade carbónica, na inovação tecnológica e nas principais tecnologias. Qual a importância do Programa de Recuperação e Resiliência na promoção destes investimentos e no crescimento sustentável da União Europeia? Neste contexto, também é necessário lançar o debate acerca da política económica na Europa e da governação económica. Como deve a política económica e o modelo de governação ser adaptado para garantir uma recuperação robusta e inclusiva, ao mesmo tempo que se assegura a sustentabilidade das finanças públicas? Para discutir estas e outras questões, juntamos hoje decisores políticos, altos responsáveis europeus e economistas muito conhecidos na área da economia. Espero que as respostas e as soluções aqui apresentadas sirvam como guião para um futuro coletivo. Um futuro que garanta uma recuperação rápida, robusta e inclusiva. Antes de terminar, queria aproveitar para anunciar que a presidência portuguesa, em conjunto com as presidências eslovena e francesa, que seguem a presidência portuguesa, acordaram a criação de um grupo de peritos de alto nível que irá dar continuidade à reflexão aqui iniciada. Este grupo de peritos, que será formado nas próximas semanas, irá refletir sobre o legado da crise, das medidas necessárias para promover o crescimento potencial da economia europeia e dos moldes em que a política económica da União Europeia poderão responder a este propósito. Até ao final do ano, pretendemos apresentar um trabalho realizado por este grupo de peritos, por uma recuperação da economia europeia robusta, sustentável e que não deixe ninguém para trás. Muito obrigado.
Vamos agora dar início à primeira sessão. Reformar a economia europeia pós-Covid. Pedimos aos convidados que ocupem os seus lugares no palco. Bruno Le Maire, Ministro da Economia, das Finanças e da Recuperação de França. Nádia Calvinho, Vice-Presidente e Ministra da Economia e da Digitalização de Espanha. Paolo Gentiloni, Comissário Europeu da Economia. Irene Tinagli, Presidente da Comissão dos Assuntos Económicos e Monetários do Parlamento Europeu. Vai juntar-se a este painel, por videochamada, o Ministro das Finanças da Eslovénia, Andrés Šircelj. É nosso orador convidado, o professor Olivier Blanchard, do Peterson Institute for International Economics, que participará na sessão, também por videochamada. Para moderar este painel, chamamos novamente o Ministro de Estado e das Finanças, João Leão.
We are about to beginning the first panel to discuss the European economy post-COVID. We have here the finance minister of both Spain and France, the European Commissioner for Economy, and the responsible of the Commission for Economy of the European Parliament. We are all this first panel is going to start with the guest speaker, Professor Olivier Blanchard, that was the former head of IMF, and now is the professor of economics at MIT. I would like to now give the floor to Olivier. Olivier, are you hearing us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, if you can take out the echo, it would be even better. Okay. Good. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Let me just correct one thing. I was not the head of the IMF. I was the chief economist of the IMF. There was a head, which was Dominique Strauss-Kahn first and Christine Lagarde thereafter. But otherwise, I'm very happy to be here. Let me share my screen. Hoping that you can see it. Please indicate that you see it so I can actually start. Yes? A show of hands to know that whether my slides are visible or not.
Everything is visible, Olivier.
I'm sorry that I cannot hear anything. And I hesitate to start without knowing whether you see the slides or not.
We see them.
I cannot hear, I'm sorry.
We can hear you, Olivier.
Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
So just-
Okay, for me it's okay. Thank you.
With all this out of the way, let me start. So you asked me to talk for 15 minutes or so about what fiscal agenda you the ministers of finance, should have in mind, and about what mine would be if I were in your shoes. And I put it in 6 points. I'm going to go through them. So the first two are about strengthening the recovery from COVID. That's fairly obvious. And the first one is to strengthen it from the demand side, making sure that demand is strong enough to sustain recovery and get growth going. And it turns out, I think, that it's a difficult exercise because there's a lot of uncertainty. Consumers have accumulated a lot of excess saving during the COVID period last year. And one of the questions is, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to spend it, in which case there would be very strong consumption demand? Are they going to continue to be worried, say, because of a new variant, which is coming our way? And so we actually don't know whether the consumption growth is going to be very strong or not. On the supply side, we don't know what the size of the output gap, how much we can increase output before we get into supply constraints is. There are lessons from the US labor market, which are, I think, very important. And the US is a few months ahead of us. And it shows that it is not the usual labor market, that there are many people who have second thoughts about what they were doing, are not willing to go back to work. In some cases, unemployment benefits turn out to be too generous, between quotes, but too generous to and lead them to wait. And so how much you can push demand before you get inflationary tensions is unclear. So I think the implication of this is that if I were in your shoes again, I would not necessarily have a very big plan, surely not a Biden-like plan, but a contingent plan. I would, early in the fall, look at how things are evolving, and if things are too slow, then have a bit of a push, some tax breaks or some spending, but it may not be needed. And so I think the best thing to do is actually to have this plan ready, not implemented right now, just wait for the summer. Now, the second part is strengthen the COVID recovery from the supply side, making sure that the economy can produce as much as we can hope for. And there are, I think, two issues which you're all dealing with. The first one is that there's, although in general liquidity provision was fairly generous, you still have firms which have COVID debt, and they are viable fundamentally, but they're indebted and they could go bankrupt, and that would not be desirable. And these are viable firms. So trying to basically make sure that the firms which are viable can survive and grow is something that is difficult to do, but absolutely essential. You can't just let all the firms go bankrupt because of COVID debt, say. The other is exposed to more reallocation than usual. We all know the anecdotes about restaurants and restaurant workers wanting to do something else. The question is what else? It's probably IT jobs which are going to be there. And so I think that a major retraining effort, professional training effort for the short run, for the next 6 months or a year, is actually something that, if it can be put in place, should be a priority. And then the third thing is that you've all committed to a number of measures in the EU-funded recovery plan, and clearly you have to start implementing them. That's not a choice, that's something that you've agreed to do. So these are the first 2 points. Let me move to the other two. So once COVID is in the bag, and hopefully it will be, we can't quite be sure, then we have to go back to the major challenges which were there before COVID. And that I'm just going to make some publicity for a report which we just turned in last week for the French president on the big challenges of the future. And we identified two in particular, they are not going to surprise you: global warming and inequality, which is an issue in most countries to different extents. I mean, it is much less of an issue in Europe in general than in the US, but it is an issue. And what we argue is that there are existential challenges. If you read reports about temperature in Portland today, you will know what I'm talking about. The first one, it's the future of the planet. The second one, I think, is the future of democracy, which is in play. We see what happens when inequality becomes unacceptable. Now, that's a much larger set of issues, but there are some fiscal dimensions which I think you have to start thinking about. Some of them are actually in the recovery fund and some of the commitments you've taken. So green investment is clearly a very big thing. Our conclusion in the report is that we will not meet the goal of COP21, or the most recent goals, without major technological breakthroughs. And you basically have to invest in it. There's some investment to be done now, but subsidies to R&D is a big thing. How to do it, probably at the European level, is the way to think about it, but that's going to cost money. The other is, in terms of inequality, we conclude that there's enormous inequality in terms of how people enter professional life, whether it's education or whether it's professional training later in life. And it seems to me that a major effort, and a costly effort, is needed, at least in France, but I would assume in other countries as well. These are things that cannot wait. There are many measures to be taken over the next decade, but now is the time to actually start. Now, let me end with 2 points about the spending deficits and debt, which are surely on your mind. The fourth point is that there is just no imminent debt crisis. I think it's a very important point. Debt is very high, but interest rates are very low. Now, interest rates may move, and we can't be sure that they are going to remain low. They're probably not going to remain as low as now, but even before COVID, they were very low. And I think there is every reason to think that they'll remain quite low. We can't be sure. Market perceptions, which you can get from option prices on sovereign bonds, say that investors are very, very confident that we will not see in the Eurozone interest rates at 4% 10 years out. 4% nominal would be roughly the growth rate. So I think we can assume that interest rates will remain low, but we can't be absolutely sure. The important point here is the maturity of the debt. Even if interest rates go up, if you have long maturity debt, then it takes a while before it gets into your interest burden. And to the extent that you can, on the extent that you have, and the extent that you can do more, a longer maturity debt is clearly the way to go and protects you for the next 5-8 years, depending on the country, from major changes in the interest burden. There is the issue of multiple equilibria, which we all know about, which is investors getting very worried, pushing spreads up, and the spreads themselves creating the crisis. I think that we can be confident that the ECB is going to do everything it can, and it's quite a bit, to eliminate these equilibria. So as long as there is no fundamental risk, I don't think that the risk of sudden stops, if you want to talk about it this way, is a big one. So let me end with what I would do in some fiscal principles for the next few years. That's a very difficult issue, and I'm not sure I have the answer, but this is my answer. The first one is, I think all the projects which have, this is a long sentence, but it's which have a risk-adjusted social rate of return, which is greater than the rate at which you can borrow, the safe rate, you should do. And this may be investment in education, this may be green investment, this may be roads, it may be anything, but I think the principle should be as much as you can do all these projects. They make sense, the market is telling you, we can basically lend to you at very low rates, do it. Now, you can finance this through either taxes or through deficit spending, which might add to the debt. And the question, I think, is that one. Not whether you should do the project, you should do the project, but how you finance them. Some of them are financially rewarding and bring income, but many of them don't do it directly. And so the question is, what do you do? I think that the way to think about it is to think about it as a macro issue, not a debt issue, and choose the deficit and the tax mix so as to maintain output at potential. So that if basically private demand is weak, don't hesitate to basically use public demand, namely fiscal deficits, to help. If private demand is strong enough, then you can probably do it for taxation or decreases in spending elsewhere. I think that's a way to think about it. It may lead to an increase in the debt to GDP ratio. It may not, depends on the projects and the rates of return. I would not worry. If there's consistency and coherence to a project, the fact that the debt ratio goes from 120% to 125%, if it is basically yielding useful, important investment for the future, I don't think that markets will penalize you for that. And it really makes no difference. If the interest rates were to increase to, say, 5%, the fact that you have 120% or 125% doesn't make any difference. You'll have to do something, and more or less the same thing in both cases. The last point I would make is, as long as the ECB is not in a position to help, namely by having a much more aggressive monetary policy, which is the case at this point, they can help a bit, but not much, then the trade-off of fiscal created by fiscal austerity is an incredibly unattractive one. And basically, fiscal austerity has a direct effect on demand, a direct effect on output, on unemployment, and has a very marginal effect on the debt ratio. And so you may end up with recessions of 2 or 3% of GDP, an improvement or maybe even no improvement in the debt ratio of 1 or 2%. This is just not worth it. This is not the moment to embark on fiscal austerity. And so one of the things that you'll have to handle is basically the adjustment of EU rules. So this is my wisdom, whatever it is, but it is my beliefs. I now am eager to listen to what you are going to do or want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Olivier, for your comprehensive and insightful analysis. I now will invite each panelist to make their introductory remarks. We have around 10 minutes for this first intervention. Paulo, you may start.
Yes. Should I unmask?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. This is good news. Well, thank you, first of all, and congratulations to the Portuguese presidency, because indeed we are in the final day of the presidency, and I think we all agree in this room that this was a quite successful one. It had to deal with the first implementation of the recovery plans, but with many other decisions, and really it was a very good semester. And it is interesting, Joao, that you are concluding your presidency with a looking forward debate. So what next? For sure, the economic outlook is a positive one. Recovery is underway. Yesterday, the Commission published what we call the economic sentiment indicator, and it was at the highest level since 21 years. It is an indicator of expectations in companies and in the economy. We know, I think very well, the uncertainties on this assessment. We know that we have to continue vaccination to take care of variants, to enlarge vaccination all over the world. We know that we are dealing with shortages of raw materials, problems in the value chain in certain sectors that are putting at risk the speed of the recovery. And we are well aware of the debate that is very hot in the United States, but that could have spillovers here in Europe about inflation, interest rates. Personally, I share the mainstream opinion here in Europe that as far as Europe is concerned, we are facing a temporary phenomenon. But of course, we have to look to all these issues. But despite these uncertainties, the brighter outlook is there. And I think we should be well aware that we are entering in this phase. What are we looking for now? I think we are not looking only for a rebound in our economies. To the previous GDP, we will be there. Sooner or later, some countries with higher speed, others less speed, but we will be there. And as you say, Joao, we will not exactly be to the same growth path that was projected before the crisis. But I think our ambition is not only to go back as soon as possible to the previous situation, because our ambition is, as now we say in both sides of the Atlantic, to build back better. So to use this crisis to have step forwards. So I think we should be proud of the first phase of the response to this crisis, honestly. European governments, European institutions, we should be proud because it was a strong response. But we would like to be proud also of the second half of this challenge. And this is what will happen in the next month. This means, I think, first acknowledging the risks of inequalities, repercussion of inequalities even on democracy issues, and very useful the fact that the Portuguese presidency dedicated the Porto summit exactly to the social dimension. And also very important, I think, that one of the more successful and communitarian tools that we adopted after this crisis, this SURE mechanism, was for the 19 countries that used it a real success. So building resilience to face inequalities. Second, the risk of divergence. 1 year ago, I referred to the risk of a great fragmentation in the EU and in the euro area after this crisis. This risk is not finished. We have different speed of recovery, but also I think it is tackled in some way, cushioned also by this recovery plan. And third, of course, is the risk to make the wrong choices in the phasing out moment. And from this point of view, I think that all the messages that Olivier Blanchard gave us are a message also of agility in our economic policy. I think they are very accurate, and we all repeat continuously we should avoid a premature withdrawal of supportive policies, and I think that we all understand what this means. Facing risk, but also using opportunity, because the opportunity is to exit from a long period of low growth in Europe. This is why I'm saying not only a rebound. We had a long period of low growth. We all know the discussion we had in previous years about the risk of Japanization of the European economy, et cetera, et cetera. So we should use this crisis to work for higher and more sustainable growth in Europe. And this is the added value of these next generation EU programs. They are not emergency programs. They couldn't have been because of the timing. We spent 1 year from the proposal to the first approval of these plans by the Commission. But they are coming at the right moment if we look at them, at these programs, as the one that can orient the recovery at the very moment when the recovery begins. This is the added value with the twin transition priorities, the green and digital transition. Green and fair, we always say, very difficult discussion, and we will have a huge package from the Commission mid-July, and I assure you that the discussion on green and fair will be a very interesting one. And then competitiveness, innovation, and reforms. Reforms are not something that we need to give to Brussels because we have a country recommendation from Brussels. Reforms are the way we have to overcome bottlenecks to our growth. And this is an extraordinary opportunity because in several countries we have commitments on reforms connected to real money, not only to rules or recommendations. And this, I think, is a unique opportunity. Final point in opportunities of after COVID crisis. I think that as frequently in history, the opportunity is also to reshape parts of the rules. After a big crisis, you have frequently in history the opportunity of reshaping rules. And this will be our commitment on international taxation. I know that especially Bruno Le Maire and Nadia Calvino, that are part of the G20, we will hope in Venice next week. Is it next week? Yes, to have good results on these two streams, the reallocation of taxing rights and the end of the race to the bottom with a minimal effective taxation. But we will discuss rules also in our house, fiscal rules, how we adapt our fiscal rules to the new situation, because if we need common rules, and we need them, they should be realistic and pro-sustainable growth. Otherwise, I think it will be very, very difficult. And then we will have to discuss, and this will be a global discussion, on the framework, both for climate transition and for digital new developments. Here, I think European Union is playing frequently the role of the queen of regulation. I think this is a good thing. I don't see this as only reducing the role of the EU to the role of a referee. So we are looking the players, China, US, and establishing some rules. Because our ambition after this crisis is, of course, to continue to be in the leading role in regulation, but also to strengthen our capacity both on the digital and on the climate transition. So a lot of challenges ahead of us, and the target to, in a couple of years from now, to may say among us that we were proud also of the second half of this response. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paulo. After the intervention of the European Commissioner for the Economy, we will now move to Slovenia Finance Minister. Andrei, now is your turn. Are you there?
Thank you, Joao. Thank you, Joao. And good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to thank to the Portuguese Presidency and for everything you have done, and also for organizing this summit. And of course, thank you for the invitation. I regret that I cannot be with you in Lisbon, but I support and welcome the initiative. I think that this is an opportunity to exchange views, address advantages of the recovery, and also I do believe that we can find a common solution for the whole Europe. I believe that we should center our efforts on the main goal, and that is the positive effect of the recovery on the EU economy and the citizens of the European Union. I think that today it's clear that the pandemic that hit Europe and the rest of the world had a huge effect on the European economy, European healthcare systems, and on people's lives. If I look back, I can say that in general, according to my opinion, all the member states and European Commission reacted swiftly with robust measures, fiscal and monetary measures, I believe, hand in hand. In Slovenia, the current government took over as the pandemic was declared in March 2020. In a few days, we introduced measures to tackle the influence of the pandemic. This crisis also pointed out the existing weaknesses, especially of the health system. And I believe that, of course, this is the message also for our future. Because now I think it's clear that maybe in some countries we need to invest more in the health systems and provide better maintenance and also better services. At this point, we should also be proud of the individual and collective action and solidarity of the member states, as well as the unprecedented joint effort of the next generation EU. During the epidemic, the EU has shown that with different measures we can provide answers to citizens' concerns and also to these ambitions. Without the prompt, significant and coordinated reaction, the economic activity in the last year and following years would be lower than current forecasted. The COVID-19 mitigation packages have had a significant impact, based on which the decline in economic growth in 2020 was not more significant. The situation regarding the pandemic is now better, and I agree with Paolo, the outlook is brighter. So now is also time to make the important policy choices to secure a wholesome recovery with envisaged investments and reforms. We need to facilitate the necessary sectoral reallocation, address the inequality effects of pandemic, and ensure the sustainability of recovery as well. We have to be aware that the future depends on the next steps that we will take. And for example, the Slovenian government is planning a sizable increase of investment over the period of 2021 to period 2024. It is important to facilitate the investments with social return higher than costs, such as investments into green and digital technologies, research and development, human capital, and also social security system. It is also necessary to start the demographic reform for the well-being of the future generations. So we are going to reorganize pension system and care policies for older people. An important part of the stimulus are the recovery and resilience plan. And historically, it is the first time that European Commission has taken loans on financial market and also provide this money to member states as a loans or as a grants. And I believe that we must strive for a quick, smooth, and also transparent process of adopting recovery and resilience plans. The recovery must also happen in terms of achieving the green and digital transition. At the same time, it has to strengthen Europe's resilience at the EU level and at national levels. The Slovenian presidency is starting tomorrow. During the first few months, we will focus all of our efforts on the recovery, especially on adopting the necessary decisions in order to bring recovery and resilience facilities to life. If we are to put our recovery on a solid path, we will need to implement the investments and reforms set out in the recovery and resilience plans. As I understand, up to now, 24 member states submitted the recovery and resilience plans, and the process within the committees is successfully taking place. I would like to point out that the European Commission, in cooperation with member states, did an immense work regarding the assessment in such a short time. I would like to thank everyone involved for their efforts, as this brings us much closer on the goal of the recovery and resilience facility implementation. In Slovenian presidency, we will first and foremost focus on the Council implementing decisions, starting with the first batch at our first ECOFIN in July. Our common goal is to enable the recovery and resilience funds to reach the citizens and companies as soon as possible. This will provide the stimulus for the process and will help to make the recovery a success story. It will retain employment, enhance the EU competitiveness, and show the solidarity that we developed during these uncertain times. And of course, I would like to point out that I welcome to set up the expert group regarding recovery and resilience in Europe. Let me conclude with a thought that should be referred to as a take-home message. Throughout history, crises of different forms have challenged humanity. Some are political or economic crises, others are natural disasters or social crises. How we react to the crisis of today is what we will define our lives tomorrow. I'm convinced that the joint effort that we showed during the last year is a good indicator of we can achieve as a union. Under the Slovenian presidency, we will steer our efforts towards continuing this historic moment of the European Union. Thank you, João.
Thank you, André. We will now move to the Minister of Finance and Economy and Finance of France, Bruno Le Maire.
Thank you, João, and thank you for this really very timely meeting. It is a very timely one since I really think that we are going out of the economic crisis. And now we are clearly, all European countries, at a crossroad. And we have a strategic choice to make. Either we come back to the past, or we try to define the future, to change some rules, to adapt our European construction, to be more innovative, more ambitious, with more solidarity for Europe. This is the political choice we have to make. Coming back to business as usual, or trying to shape the future. For the French president and for the French government, the choice has been already made. We want Europe to shape the 21st century. And let's be clear, we have a lot of efforts to do if we want really to shape the 21st century. Europe today is losing ground to the United States and to China. Our growth potential is not strong enough. Radical innovations are not happening often enough in Europe anymore. We led the world for centuries. We were the countries where the great discoveries and the most disruptive inventions were launched, either in Italy or in Portugal or in Spain or in France. It's not the case anymore. We cannot be satisfied with that situation, where all the disruptive innovations come either from the United States or from China. I certainly do not believe that Europe is doomed to become a second-class power. We want to remain a first-class power, not a second-class one. And I believe that this is really the right moment for Europe to regain its ambition, to strengthen its role as a global economic and technological leader. And I really believe that this economic crisis, this pandemic, can be considered as an opportunity, and to tell you the truth, a wake-up call for Europe. This crisis must be a wake-up call for Europe. Faced with the crisis, we were able to take swift, bold, and coordinated action. This is the first half, as Paolo explained, of the response. We have now to succeed on the second half. But first of all, I think, and I share the point of view expressed by many finance ministers over the last ECOFIN, we should be proud of what Europe accomplished in its economic response to the crisis. We were successful in the response we have given to the economic crisis. Our responses were ambitious, coordinated, and effective, and I really want to thank especially Paolo and the Commission for the way they supported those responses. As soon as the pandemic began, the ECB implemented a new asset purchase program, and the European Commission activated the general escape clause of the Stability and Growth Pact in a few weeks. This is the first time that the Commission took such a rapid and effective decision. We coordinated our emergency responses. We had not Spain on the one side, France, Italy, and other member states taking different decisions. We took the same kind of decisions, and we did not repeat our past mistakes, including the ones of 2008. We avoided the wave of shutdowns. We avoided the mass employment that many were predicting. If we had organized this meeting 14 months ago, I'm deeply convinced that everybody would have explained, well, there will be a huge wave of shutdowns. There will be an explosion of unemployment everywhere in Europe. It will be a huge catastrophe. It was not the case. Thanks to our response, thanks to our ambition, and thanks to our solidarity. Then we decided the next generation EU. The EU took a historic decision with the issuance of common debt to support our economies, in particular those member states most affected by the crisis. This was an unprecedented act of solidarity at the EU level. We have now to implement our recovery plans. They have been adopted, but I think we are clearly on the right track. So we succeeded on the first half of the response, as Paolo explained. The economic recovery is underway. Just look at the figures. The EU economies have demonstrated their resilience in the first quarter of this year, with an impact of the lockdowns far more muted than during the first wave. Since the reopening of most economic activities, the rebound in consumption and job creation has been even stronger than we expected. It's time to be optimistic. According to the latest forecast by the European Commission, economic activity in the euro area will return to pre-crisis levels by early 2022. This is excellent news. Economy is booming in Europe. This is excellent news for our fellow citizens, for our nations, and for the EU as a whole. As we enter a firmer recovery phase, it is now time to set our goals for the next decade and for the 21st century. And once again, there is a strategic choice to be made. And we should all discuss at the political level, at the level of the citizen, in such configuration as this meeting, what do we want for Europe? Will we content ourselves with getting back to normal, or will we aim higher? Coming back to normal means that we will be a second-class continent. Over the decade, since the great financial crisis, just a few figures, European countries grew by around 1.5% per year. In the United States, it was 2.3. What do we want? 2.3 or 1.5? Poverty or growth? Being second class or trying to get access to the first class continent? Europe had higher structural unemployment and less investment compared to the United States. Over the last decade, one last figure, investment in European countries increased by 22% against 43% in the United States. What do we want? An increase of 43% of our investment, or an increase by 22%? This is the choice we have to make right now. Tomorrow it will be too late. It is now that the strategic choices have to be made. How do we avoid falling back into the old routines of lengthy discussions instead of bold action, of meetings, discussions, talks, without any decision at the end of our meetings? When do we put to an end those Eurogroup, those ECOFIN, without any decision at the end of our gatherings? When we will have the courage to take the same kind of decisions as the ones we took during the crisis, because we were under the pressure of the crisis. We should be under the pressure now of the 21st century and of the challenges posed by China and the United States. There is no more the pressure of the crisis, but there is now the pressure of the United States and China. My deepest conviction, which is at the core of my political engagement, is that the European Union and the European nations should not be systematically behind the United States and behind China. We are equal partners. We are not junior partners. But if we want to reach that goal, we need to meet some conditions. I will just mention 3 of those conditions. First of all, we have a social model, and we should be proud of our social model. Let's have a look at what the United States are deciding now. They are putting money on the table just for the sake of having the same kind of social model as the one we have built all together. The second condition is that Europe should dare to take more risks. When Europe is afraid of taking risks, when the precautionary principle becomes a cardinal rule, when we do not dare to assert our ambition for technological leadership, we fall behind. Because others will not be so polite and will not be so humble. We should not let others take risks in our place. If we are too prudent, we will lose sovereignty and have technologies developed elsewhere, imposed on us, instead of being the ones to develop the next breakthrough innovations. The COVID crisis has been, once again, a wake-up call about our dependency in critical sectors, semiconductors, drugs, medical equipment. Never forget the lack of those equipments. Never forget that we were dependent on those value chains abroad. Europeans are ready for a change in philosophy. I'm deeply convinced of that. Europeans are ready for more appetite for taking risks. Let's have a look at the younger generation. Let's listen what the younger generations are asking for us. Take more risks. Please put some money on new technologies. Have the courage to put money on risky technologies, on disruptive innovations. Don't dream. Don't sleep. Wake up, invest, take some risks. That's the messages conveyed by the younger generations. The third condition is that the EU's cohesion must be reinforced. Let's be very blunt. There is a real risk that economic divergences after the crisis between member states will widen as a result. Between countries with trade surpluses or trade deficits, with higher or lower debt, with cutting-edge industries or low-skill activities, it is absolutely vital to keep having one Europe, not several clubs or several classes. There is one single Europe, and we should aim at reinforcing the cohesion between the EU's nations. Next Generation EU is a huge step to help bridge economic gaps through a combination of solidarity between member states and commitments at national level. Next, in the post-crisis period, we must pay close attention to both macroeconomic and fiscal imbalances to preserve the cohesion of our economic and monetary area with stronger growth as our common objective. On this basis and under those conditions, what are the solutions to get access to this first-class continent and to be in a situation to face the challenges posed by both China and the United States? First of all, we should focus on one single goal. When you make a strategic choice, you are not making 2, 3, 4, 5 strategic choices, but just one single one. We have to remain leaders in technology and innovation in the 21st century. The nations which will have access to the best technologies will be the strongest nations. We want to be among the strongest nations. We want to be among the 3 strongest continents. Our strategic goal should be to invest more in technologies and innovation, with 2 guiding principles: being bolder in our ambitions, working together rather than against each other to achieve those goals. Europe has already started to overhaul in its industrial policies thinking. And I really think that we are clearly on the right direction. We have changed our mind on many points. for instance, on the industrial policy, on the necessity of having a fairer balance between the competition policy on the one hand and the industrial policy on the other hand. That's the first time where industrial nations like Germany, France, Italy, Spain explain to the others, well, we need to have a better balance between competition policy and industrial policy. The competition policy should not be the alpha and omega of all policies. We have also to take into account the interests of industrial plants, the jobs that we can create in these sectors, and the necessity to put more innovation and technologies in our industry. Let's take the example of the electric car batteries. There was nothing 2 years ago. We are now opening plants to build our own electric car batteries everywhere in Europe. So don't set limits. Don't set limits to the European ambition. We can be leaders in technological disruptions that require massive investment. And we should do it together because of the lack of money. France alone, Spain alone, Italy alone, Belgium alone, Slovenia alone cannot afford to pay billion and billion and billion of euros to get access to new value chains. If we want to have new value chains, we have to gather our financial efforts to be more efficient and more effective. We are moving more forward in this direction with one new, wonderful tool, the so-called IPCEIs. We should only change the name because IPCEIs, frankly speaking, nobody understands what it means, but this is a wonderful tool, IPCEIs. Behind IPCEIs, you have the possibility to support your own economic interest. That's it. Just understand this key point. For the first time, Europe is getting rid of its naive attitude towards the support to our industries and to our jobs. That's what lies behind the words IPCEI. We made, thanks to the IPCEI, thanks to Paolo, thanks to the Commission, huge progress behind these 4 letters. We must work together and with leading global players to develop next generation semiconductors down to 2 nanometers in Europe. We can be an actor in artificial intelligence technologies at par with the United States and China. We should enter the race for quantum computing, even if we don't know where it will lead. We should have the courage to put some money in technologies on which we don't know if it will be efficient or no. That's the key question, whether Europe is ready to put money on disruptive technologies which can be efficient or not efficient, which can succeed or which can fail. We should dare to put money on technologies which can fail, because in that case, we will also put money in disruptive technologies which will succeed. We are considering, for instance, deploying a low-orbit satellite constellation that would compete with the United States and Chinese constellations. We should match US ambition in research, and we need a European DARPA, which should take on the biggest challenge of the century, climate change. Innovation is the only way to reconcile economic progress with environmental sustainability. And I would like really to be very clear on that. Some are opposing the fight against climate change and innovation and technologies. But the fact is that if you want to be efficient in the reduction of CO2 emissions, you need new technologies, you need innovation. We will not come back to the past. We will not get rid of our way of life. We just want our way of life to be compatible with the fight against climate change and with a better world situation. That's why we are setting ambitious goals at the European level to accelerate the green transition. France, as you know, with President Macron, is strongly committed to decarbonizing its economy and reaching carbon neutrality by 2050. And let me be very clear, this must entail a strengthening of carbon pricing at the EU level. There is no other solution. But we must do it very carefully because of the risk of social and economic reactions. Let's be aware of the risk of having social consequences if we are going too far, too soon. We must take into account the social consequences of our decision. I have experimented the Yellow Jackets movement. I don't want other European nations to be faced to the same consequences and to the same social difficulties. Incentives to develop and use clean technologies work better than prohibitions and obligations. France and a number of other European countries will continue investing in nuclear energy to advance our climate goals. And we will push innovations to develop small and medium-sized reactors because we are deeply convinced that if we want to provide electricity at a fair price, nuclear energy can be part of the solution. Together with Germany, we are also investing heavily to hasten the development of green hydrogen power in order to decarbonize industry and transport. But if we want to be effective, if we want to be fair, legitimate, our commitments must not lead to reallocation of the production outside of Europe, which would translate into increased gas emissions elsewhere. Let's have a look once again just at the fact. We decarbonized our economies, but we imported goods with a lot of CO2 emissions. And the balance of that is a negative one. That's why, with Emmanuel Macron, we are so much supporting a carbon border adjustment mechanism in Europe, which will be at the core of the French EU presidency. Maybe to conclude, some key principles to build this more cohesive and more ambitious Europe. We also need to accelerate the fiscal integration. I really believe, and I know that this is a striking point and a very disputed one, but I believe that common debt should be a more permanent tool for investment in Europe, especially for the climate transition. And I want to avoid any misunderstanding about that. I'm not asking only for the common debt as a permanent tool. I'm just asking, let's have first a common debt instrument. Second, one single goal, the fight against climate change and the climate transition. And third, with a necessary corollary, member states must respect their commitments in terms of public finances and quality of public spending. You cannot have, on the one side, this permanent emission of debt without having stronger commitments on sound public finances. I think it's a fair proposal. Let's discuss about this key issue for a further integration within the Eurozone, common debt issuance, with a common goal, which is the fight against climate change, and with as a counterpart the necessity of having sound public finances. The Commission's decision to extend the general escape clause to 2022 is much welcome, because consolidating too rapidly would be repeating the mistake of the last crisis. But once growth is firmly restored, we will need to shift the focus towards reducing public debt by containing spending. We will still need rules. Fiscal rules are necessary for a monetary union of 19 member states. We can discuss about those rules, we can discuss about their efficiencies, we can discuss about the best rules, but we need rules when you have a common monetary policy and when you have a common euro. A banking union and a capital markets union is also of key importance. I'm fed up with this situation where we have great startups everywhere in Europe because we have skilled people, determined young people, willing to create new resources, new startups, new factories. But when they are growing and when they want to have access to money, they just have to go to the United States or to other continents because there is no capital markets union. A capital markets union is a key to the good financing of our startups and our technologies. We should have greater ambition on investment. And this is why I strongly support further capital increase of the European Investment Bank. As we enter the recovery phase, the EIB should boost its support to innovative SMEs, to riskier projects, and to strategic sectors that truly need financing. We should enter into a competition without rivalry. Europe's industry will be stronger if we cooperate, if we avoid the pitfalls of duplicating efforts and competing for state aid among ourselves. This is why we need to agree, for instance, between France, Italy, and Germany on space. Do not enter into a kind of fight between those three nations about the future of space launches. I'm strongly advocating for a compromise and an agreement between France, Italy, and Germany on the question of the space launches. There is no point in developing three different European launches when our biggest competitors are outside of Europe, in Russia, China, or the United States. All member states must benefit from our common investments. There is a risk, as I told you, of excessive concentration of technologies in a few places and in a few nations. It would undermine Europe's cohesiveness. A common industrial strategy should lift competitiveness and create jobs throughout Europe. This is what we have done with batteries, what we will do with semiconductors, and what we want to do on cloud, for instance. A very last word to tell you that everything now is possible. If we build on those principles, more ambitious, more solidarity, more determination, if we have the same strategic goal to finance innovation and technologies, if we aim at being successful in the fight against climate change, I'm deeply convinced that the 21st century will be shaped by Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. We'll now move to Nadia Calvino, Minister of Economy of Spain. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you very much, João. I will try to be, I'm usually down to the point, but I will be more brief than usual in order to leave some time for Irene to speak. I'm sure that she has very interesting things to tell us. I just want to make 5 points which are responding to Olivier Blanchard's presentation. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Warm congratulations on your presidency. I think that you have invited a quite like-minded group, I have to say, not only about the successes of your presidency, but also about the presentation and the recommendations that came from Mr. Blanchard. From this point of view, my first advice to André would be, under your presidency, do invite Olivier Blanchard to speak at the informal ECOFIN, because we want the rest of the ministers to listen to his recommendations and his views for the future. First point, I found very interesting the fact that in these presentations and throughout the discourse, now we're talking a lot, not so much of economic policy, but rather of political economy. That we are quite mindful of the fact that the decisions we make are not only relevant from the cold numbers point of view, but because of their impact on citizens and their potential impact on democracies. And I think that this is a very important first reflection that came to my mind. And I think we all agree that we got phase 1 right, and now we need to get phase 2 right. And it is about substance, but it is all about timing also. With regards to substance, I think we do have a plan, we do have a good plan. Now the issue is about timing with a double perspective. First of all, timing of the disconnection, the scaling down of the support extraordinary measures that we have adopted, as Paulo said. But also the second dimension of timing is about the deployment of recovery plans. And here as soon as possible, as fast as possible, should be the line to take. I'll come back to this in a second. My second point is about a concept that Olivier Blanchard used, which is scars. And we were still suffering from the scars of the previous financial crisis when the pandemic hit us. In the case of Spain, we had very high unemployment levels. The formal, nominal unemployment rate was very low, but because there was a housing bubble, and the moment it burst, we realized that our structural unemployment was very high. Youth unemployment is very high. Inequality has risen enormously. Also, despite the restrictive fiscal policies, deficit and debt levels were higher. And finally, the investment gap had grown. So normally in Spain, public investment amounted to around 4 or 5% of GDP before 2008. It dropped to 2% of GDP after 2008 and never recovered, which means that some years we have not even been investing enough to preserve our capital. And this is roads and highways, it is also stations, airports, but it's also schools and hospitals, as we have painfully discovered when the pandemic hit us. So I think that this time we really need to get it right and not to miss the point that investment is the road to the future, as Olivier Blanchard said in his presentation. I think that this is a key message. Third point is that this time, it's really different, and this is funny. I usually, every time I hear someone saying this time is different, it's different, I immediately think, oh my God. But this time, I think that the European response has really been different. If we wanted to get it right now to prevent this scarring and to have a strong recovery, we would be already too late, because the destruction that could have happened since last March would have had a structural impact. So I think it's very good that we took the right decisions back in March. So now we have a solid basis for the recovery. And this time, the European response has really been different in the short run with the different instruments we created in the Eurogroup. And you mentioned, sure, João and also Paolo. I think this is a key success in terms of shaping something new, which has provided financing in good conditions to the national, to the member states for them to set up instruments to prevent job destruction. But also in terms of the long-term vision, the fact that last July there was this historical agreement that we will borrow together to invest together in our common future. I think this is a massive step forward in terms of deepening the European project and in terms of providing a very different response to this crisis. Moreover, we're talking about a massive investment program, but also reforms. And that is also I think, a very consistent approach that can actually maximize the impact on the ground. And here again, I am glad about the sleepless nights we had designing what was called then the BIC, and it was Mario Centeno that was leading the Eurogroup at the time, the budgetary instrument for convergence and cohesion or construction. I don't remember what the other C was about. But actually that work that we had put into that was investment, because at the end of the day, this was what shaped the recovery plan and allowed us to start on a solid basis also for reaching that political agreement. My fourth point, I think, is about reforms. And to say, and going back to the idea of the political economy, last Monday, there was an agreement in Spain on pension reform. This was an agreement between the social partners, this is the unions, the business representatives and the government, on a first phase of pension reform, which we will implement already this year. There is a second phase that will come, will be negotiated in the coming months. Well, this is the first agreement in 10 years. And what happened in between was a reform that was unilaterally imposed by the government. It was not agreed with the social partners, and therefore it was never implemented fully. So I think that's also, that brings back the issue of the political economy. It is sometimes better to take a bit more of time or to make an effort to have an agreement that makes the whole of the society to embrace this reform, because that will make this reform more effective and permanent throughout time. And I think that this time we have to get it right also in terms of this political economy. Bruno was referring to this in a different context. My second to last point is about the rules, the European rules. And I am afraid, and I'm usually not so blunt about this, but this morning in a political interview, and I'm going to say it again, I think our fiscal rules were not fit for purpose before the pandemic. And I think we should change them before we go back to normal and we exit this exceptional flexibility kind of situation. Because they were not understandable. We couldn't explain them even before the pandemic hit us. Not to speak about now. You know, the world has changed. The economic and financial environment is different. We have to look to the future. And here I really encourage the European Commission to pursue the review of the rules that they had started to do. Of course, we will not reach an agreement in the coming couple of months. But we really need to reshape the rules so that when we go back to applying them fully, they are fit for the next 20 years, you know, and not just going back to the rules for the sake of that. And likewise, I have to say competition policy, and I've been Director General for competition policy, working for a big chunk of my career. I think we also need to update them. They have to really reflect right now the challenge that we have, which is not, as Bruno was saying it, we're not competing against each other. For example, for the deployment of battery chargers, you know, or 5G deployment, we're not competing one country against another. We all need to do these massive investments if we want to deploy 5G in Europe, or if we want to deploy the electric car in Europe, you know. So I think this really requires us to have a very different approach because, let me go back to what I said about timing, we need to deploy the recovery plans really fast. The moment is now for us to have this counter-cyclical stabilizing effect. Last point is about the, again, the political economy at national and at European level. And I hope we do get the timing right in terms of the scaling down of the support measures, in terms of the deployment of the recovery plan. My impression is that we have a 12-month window of opportunity right now. As we did in the last 12 months, they have been essential for us to be in the right place right now. Now we have around 12 months to really get it right in terms of the reforms, putting them on track, and in terms of the investments, the strategic investments, putting them on track. That is what has prompted the Spanish recovery plan to be so ambitious. From the quantitative point of view, from the qualitative point of view, the ambition of our reforms, but also from the timing point of view. We really want to focus in the period 2021-2023, but more importantly, you know, between now and mid-2022. This is where we really have to put on track these strategic decisions with the hope, I would say not even the hope, I'm going beyond that, with the conviction that in 2026, when we look back, we will think 2020 was the year of the pandemic, 2021 was the year where we took the right decisions for the future of Europe. Let me close with this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Now we turn to Irene Teinali, the head of the European Parliament Commission for Economic and Financial Affairs. Nadia, Irene, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and this is also a sign of the recognition of the role of Parliament in the debate on the EU economic policy debate. It's wonderful also to be here, as Nadia said, with very like-minded people. The problem is that everything has already been said of what I wanted to say. I'm just kidding, but many things have been addressed, so I will just focus on some of the issues that we've been also discussing, debating in Parliament. Of course, we are all very happy about the response that the European Union has given in this year, as has already been said. And even if we think it was very rapid, even in the past month, if you think about the last time that you invited me here in Lisbon, how many things have happened in less than a month. So the completion of the ratification process, the advancement in vaccination, the approval of the first bunch of national plans. And if you think just a couple of months ago, there were commentators saying, they will never make it before the summer. And but we did it. The second issuance of the bonds for the Next Generation EU. So I really think there is much we can be happy about, and certainly in Parliament we are all very happy about that. However, of course, I mean, there's no space for complacency because we do have many challenges ahead. And I'll just mention three. One is, of course, our short, medium-term objective, going back to have a full recovery. We know that the forecasts tell us that within the end of 2022 we will, probably be already recovered at the same level of the pre-crisis. But there is a warning here that also emerges from some of the debates. It's already been mentioned. Olivier Blanchard mentioned that it's not only about the quantity of the GDP that we will recover. There is an issue related to the quality of the growth that we will be able to put in place. And sometimes I have the impression that we do not include this enough in our indicators, in our analysis, in our debate. So how this growth will happen, how it will be able to address, as we said, inequalities, poverties, the challenges related to the transition, because that's the challenge that we are taking. We don't want simply to grow, we want to grow better. We want to accelerate on transitions that will be extremely complex and will have and could have undesirable social consequences as we transition to different models of production. So we have to be very, very careful in building a process that not only leads us towards a greater economic convergence, but also social convergence. Because if we do the opposite, if we push growth, but we increase the social divergences in the Union, we will be in trouble. We will not only in terms of disgregation of the single market, but I also think in terms of social and even political consequences that we have to think about. In our debate, we talk a lot about, of course, the economic indicators, but we have to think also about something precious that happened in this past year. The trust of the European citizens in the European institutions increased a lot, and these helped us all. It helped us in pushing these projects, in feeling more united, in keeping people at home, and in following all the guidelines we were saying, because we were all united and we showed how effective the European institutions could be for the common good of the European citizens. But if we fail to achieve this real, the future targets in terms of addressing inequalities, addressing the transition, if we fail this trust can be destroyed. And the consequences could be devastating. So I think this is something we need to look into. So this is the first challenge, is also about the quality of the recovery we will have in a couple of years. The second consideration is we know what our final target is. What is our final destination in 2 years? We don't think as much about the journey. How do we get there? It's a very short term, I know. But we all also know that it will not be completely smooth and linear way. There will be bumps, and we already see some of these bumps. Paolo mentioned some of them. So there are the recovery. The crisis has been a very peculiar, unique crisis, but even the recovery is very peculiar. Some sectors have been picking up very early, very quickly. Other sectors still have to pick up, are still struggling. Others will probably never be back to normal because they will completely change. Others industries that flourished during the pandemic now are struggling a little bit because consumers' behavior are changing again. So, and so what we are seeing, for example, there are some surges in demands in some sectors that are putting pressures on access to raw materials. The international supply chains are not completely fully recovered and reestablished. So we see volatility in prices, but especially we see delays in supplies, which are creating tensions in local markets, especially for small, medium firms. We also see shortages and problems, as Olivier mentioned, in the labor market. And we will have to monitor these bumps because especially, for example, in the labor market, it's not so clear how long they will last and to what they are related. Are they related to a reluctancy of people to go back to their previous jobs, or are they due to a completely misalignment of the supply demand? Because we are putting a lot of investments in sectors, in process to make them be completely different, more digitalized, more innovative, more sustainable. And this requires completely different labor force. But the speed at which we are retraining and preparing the labor force is not the same of the speed that we are, using in our reforms and investments. So these are things that have to be monitored. It's true, it's temporary. I'm sure we are all aware of the fact that these are temporary misalignment. But when you talk about small, medium firms, when you talk about a young worker that came out of university last year, has been unemployed for 1 year, and it probably takes another 1 year before he can get a real job. This is something that has a long impact, a deep scar on their life, and can have deep consequences in our societies. So I encourage to monitor and follow up, not only to look at the destination, but at the journey, even on a short-term basis, and to be as fast and effective to address these bumps as they come up, as we were during the pandemic, because they can bear scars. And the third point is the medium long term. So this is something that has already been mentioned, and Bruno, especially about the vision. What will happen next? After we have gone back to the not only the pre-crisis levels, is it done? Can we say that we have accomplished what we wanted to do, or are we probably just at the beginning of the big transformation that we want to achieve, of a leadership of the European continent that we want to achieve in the global scenario, a leadership in innovation, a leadership in the technological frontier, sustainability, and honestly, do we really believe that all the objectives that we put on paper in terms of the climate neutrality, in terms of digitalization, will be accomplished in 5 years? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think we will need huge, huge efforts, investments, projects, initiatives, greater integration of and coordination if we really want to continue this path. And therefore, it is important to ask ourselves, are we equipped well enough in terms of economic governance, in terms of budgetary instruments, in terms of political integration and coordination to do this path, to really accomplish the things that we have in mind right now. So that's why in Parliament, for example, we've been debating a lot about the economic governance. I see Margarida Marques, she's been the rapporteur of an important report on this, and I'm sure she will talk about the Parliament position on this important topic in the next panel. But this is something of the utmost importance that we need to discuss. Because otherwise we really risk spoiling the beautiful momentum that we built in this past year. And by momentum, I mean not only for the growth, for the recovery, but as I said, also in terms of political trust of the European citizens and giving them the impression that we know where we want to lead them and they can continue trusting us. This is something that we should treasure and we should not betray, because really the future of Europe depends a lot on our capability to give concrete answers to concrete problems of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. I know we are running out of time, so I will not do specific questions. I will also instead will give the floor to you to add a few remarks, if you want, about what has been discussed. Paulo, do you want to add something?
No, I think we not so much to add, because we had, I think, a very interesting and useful opportunity to look ahead. It's not always the case in our discussion, and it was, I think, very useful. Of course, looking ahead, we have, first of all, the Slovenian presidency, and so we have to, of course, to convey all our best wishes to Andrei and the works that begins tomorrow. By the way, the Commission will visit tomorrow Ljubljana to begin this semester, and we hope that it will be, we are confident it will be as successful as the Portuguese one, and we will begin with the approval of these plans. This is for the ECOFIN in 30th of July. But I think the interesting aspect of this discussion was to be future-oriented, politically, strategically, and the common element, I think, is European ambition, and this was very clearly in what Bruno said, Irene, Nadia, and yourself, Joao. Our ambition, and the fact that ambition needs transformation. So it's not only that we want to think big, because to think big, we have something to change. And this is also bringing us perhaps to the discussion that we will have in the next panel. What about our economic policies? What choices are ahead of us? There is nothing worse than ambition that remain not observed for a politician, no? Because if we speak of the wonderful future that we can guarantee to our citizens and we are not delivering, I think we will fail. We had a good experience last year. We all repeated that we are proud of this experience, but now, as Nadia said, we had a new year to reach this first class, as you called it, and it's okay. And we can count on the Parliament and on the cooperation among European governments, and of course you can count on the Commission. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Bruno, a few extra words?
Just three very quick words. First of all, to underline how much I share the point of view expressed by Irene and by Nadia. I like your expression that we have a window of opportunity, Nadia, of 12 months, no more. I fully share that point of view. Second, thank you, Joao, for this meeting. I really think that we need that kind of meetings. Next time, maybe you could invite the Dutch finance minister, just for the sake of having a little bit fun among us. And third, my best wishes to Andrei for his presidency.
Nadia, a few.
Well, as you were speaking about the Slovenian presidency and then the French presidency, I was thinking, oh my God, the Spanish presidency is going to be in the second half of 2023. Which makes me even more convinced that the same way the Portuguese presidency was instrumental to get the plans notified and the Commission, endorsing the first batch of the plans. Now, Andrei has the responsibility to get the plans approved and effectively launched, money flowing to the real economy so that the citizens and enterprises of Europe feel it, as Irene was saying. It's not just a matter of writing a beautiful note, it's a matter of us getting the investments really on the ground. Then, of course, Bruno will probably have to deal with some very difficult decisions on reviewing some rules. I'm not going to go deeper into this. And then everything will be perfect so that under the Spanish presidency, we enjoy a calm 6 months just to rejoice that Europe did make the right choices, that we recovered the path of growth where we were before the pandemic, and that everything is on track to have sustainable and inclusive growth in the next decade, which is obviously what we all are working for. So, with this, I thank you in advance. I thank João ex post for the excellent presidency, but I want to thank in advance Andrei and Bruno for their presidencies because they will be absolutely essential for the success of this endeavor that we are all, joining forces on and hoping to get right. In the coming times, looking at the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Before moving to Andrei, Irene, a few
Not much to add, but this is really the opportunity for all of us to be courageous, to be ambitious, to be flexible. I think one thing is this past year, we were very pragmatic, flexible, trying to think about the problem and tackle the problem. And I think we have to keep this spirit and be ready to change, not being afraid of changing, doing the reforms. One thing that I forgot to say that I really share with Paolo, and I noticed in the debate in the Parliament as well, some people still are attached to an old notions of reforms. Now, I think we have to change that in the mind of the people. Reforms are not something that you have to do in order to get the money, are not even something that you do because you have to cut your budget somehow. These are something These are something that enable you to maximize the potential of the investment. So if you think in that term, you have to use reforms, the good reforms, not the bad reforms, the good reforms to make your system more efficient and maximize the impact of what we are going to do. And this implies a change in the countries, in the member states, but also it changes in the European institutions. I think it's time, as we said earlier, that the European institutions ask the member states to change, to reform, but also apply this change in these reforms to themselves to be ready for the next challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Andrei, now that you are about to start the presidency tomorrow, a few extra words.
Thank you, Joao. Thank you to all of you for best wishes and also a lot of recommendations, opinions, statements. I think that we have to do a lot. We have to do because we are in a special position, the whole Europe in a, let's say, not normal position. We are after pandemic. I hope that risks still exist. But vaccination is in a good path, and I think that we will survive and we will go in direction with normal economy and normal life. And I would like also again thanks to Joao, to you for really a work you have done, and I think that it's a good base to continue your work and also to do together with French colleagues and you and other. I believe in good cooperation between us and also to success in next 6 months and also in the future of Europe. So welcome to Slovenia, welcome to Ljubljana, and all the best.
Thank you, André, and thank you all. This concludes our first panel, very interesting interventions, and the best wishes for the Slovenian presidency, upcoming Slovenian presidency, and the French presidency that is right next. Thank you.
Agradecemos a todos os oradores. Thank you all. A segunda sessão terá início após o intervalo, pelas 16h30. Por motivos de segurança, agradecemos que ocupem os mesmos lugares quando regressarem à sala. Vamos agora dar início à segunda sessão de trabalhos. Repensar o modelo de governação económica da União Europeia. Chamamos ao palco os convidados deste painel. Vítor Constâncio, antigo vice-presidente do BCE e presidente do Conselho de Escola do ISEG. Richard Baldwin, professor no Graduate Institute em Genebra e fundador e editor-chefe da Vox EU. Margarida Marques, membro do Parlamento Europeu, relatora da revisão do quadro legislativo macroeconómico. Guido Lorenzoni, professor na Northwestern University. Charlotte Darvas, Senior Fellow da Bruegel. É nosso orador convidado o professor Paul de Gros, da London School of Economics e vice-presidente do Conselho de Finanças Públicas, que fará a sua apresentação por videochamada. A moderação deste painel será conduzida por Charmine Sazedes, economista-chefe do Ministério das Finanças de Portugal.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon to you all. First of all, thank you all for being here. We will start now our second session and last session of today about the future of EU economic governance. As you know, this is a debate that has already started prior to the crisis, but as we heard in the previous session, the pandemic has only come to reinforce the urgency of this issue. So to kick off our discussion, I'm going to ask Professor Paul de Gros to share with us his valuable insights on this topic. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to have been invited to give an introductory lecture to you. I'm very sorry that I'm not with you in vivo, but let me try to make the best out of this. I would like to share the screen. So let me do this now. Okay, so I want to talk about rethinking EU economic governance. I will concentrate on the governance of the fiscal rules, right? Because of course, economic governance is much wider, but given the time constraint, I decided to focus on fiscal rules. And I will do the following. I will formulate a few principles that should guide this reform. So I will talk about the numerical targets and argue that we shouldn't do that any longer, and instead use that sustainability analysis. I will also talk about bottom-up versus top-down approach. And finally, I will focus on public investment and argue that an absolute priority should be given to public investment in these fiscal governance. Numerical targets have failed, right? As you know, the budgetary governance in the euro area has been very much influenced by putting a number of numerical targets there, 3%, 60%, schwarze Null, structural budget balance, etc. And I think it's fair to say that this approach has failed. And the reason is very simple. These numerical rules have no scientific basis, and therefore they will not be followed by politicians that are under pressure because the economy experiences a downturn, for example, leading to suffering of millions of people. They will just reject it. And this has happened in the 20 years of existence of these rules 3 times already. We have seen that these rules were set aside when the economic conditions were such that these rules really were in conflict with government policies aiming at alleviating suffering coming from downturn of economic activity. And this will happen again in the future, right? There is no doubt that this will be again there. And as a result, these rules have zero credibility. By the way, I think the now popular expenditure rule has the same problem, because this is really a rule that says we should stabilize the spending to GDP ratio over the business cycle. And there is, again, no scientific basis to do that. And if ever applied, will be rejected. Instead of numerical rules, we need debt sustainability analysis. There is now a growing consensus that this is the right approach, right? And we also have the tools now to do that. There's a huge literature on that. Also, the European Commission has been very much involved in developing methods to do that. And this is a scientific tool of analysis that we should use. And it's basically, it's a tool that aims at projecting future expected net debt levels, given the current forecast we have about interest rates, inflation, growth rates, and tax capacity. Note that I'm referring to the net debt. I will come back to that because that's quite important. So that's what we should do. And then the next idea is that instead of a top-down approach, we should aim at a bottom-up one. The budgetary governance has been, of the numerical rules, has been very much a top-down affair, where national governments that are monitored by European institutions, the Council, the Commission. But the problem is that in a democracy, the power to spend and to tax is vested in parliaments, right? No taxation without representation. And these parliaments, in turn, are accountable to national electorates that can punish the parliaments in the next election. In the euro area, and that's the important point here, the power to spend and to tax is vested mostly in national parliaments. And when then supranational institutions try to override decisions made in these parliaments, problems have to arise. And the major one is that these supranational institutions, I mean, European Commission together with the Council and the European Council, does not face the political cost of the budgetary rules it tries to enforce. It is the national governments and parliaments that face these costs. And it is this disconnect between those who take decisions and those who suffer the political costs of these decisions that is the major weakness of the governance of budgetary rules in the euro area. How to solve this problem? There are two ways to do it. One is the ambitious one, to say, okay, let's transfer all the power to tax and to spend at the European level and then have a European government backed by European Parliament that will do the trick for us, right? I'm in favor, but this is so far out in the future. The Next Generation EU program was the first timid step to go in that direction, but many more steps will have to be taken to achieve a situation where European institutions have obtained the fiscal capacity that is large enough to matter. And in the meantime, here we are, we have to solve this lack of political legitimacy. And this can only be done by a bottom-up approach. So you can call that renationalization of the budgetary governance. And so this idea should also be embedded in giving more independence and authority to national fiscal boards and also enough resources for them to perform the task. So we have to, as long as we cannot do it at the European level and create a political legitimacy to do so, we are condemned to do it at a national level and then create institutions that are capable of doing this. Let me turn to my last point, which has to do with public investment, right? Public investment has now become something that has an existential dimension, right? We have to do public investment because it matters for the next challenges that have to do with climate change, etc. And unfortunately, the fiscal rules in the euro area are an obstacle for such a boost in public investment, right? This has to do with the fact that the fiscal compact and also the SGP are binding governments to maintain structural balanced budgets, in other words, balanced budget over the business cycle. And this implies that public investment cannot be financed by issuing debt. And such a constraint makes absolutely no economic sense. Right? When governments make public investments, they increase both assets and liabilities in their balance sheets. And when the expected return to public investment exceeds the cost of borrowing, which is likely to be the case today when most of these governments can borrow at close to zero interest rates, right? So when that is the situation we are in, like today, then public investment really implies that the value of public assets measured by their capacity to generate additional production in the future will increase faster than the value of its liabilities. And this implies that these public investments will reduce the net debt burden in the future. And that there should be absolutely no constraint on such debt-financed public investments, right? In the way we do today. Even in those countries that today have a high gross debt level. I'm often told when I say this one, maybe that's fine for Germany or the Netherlands, but not for Belgium, Italy, etc. Right? Wrong. Public investment, at least if the selection process of public investment is the right one, and I'll come back to that, creates a situation where the value of public assets increase faster than the value of liabilities, and therefore will reduce the net burden of the debt in the future. And we should do it. Should be no constraint on this. The Next Generation EU was a significant step forward in that direction, right? Providing public investment programs financed by issuing debt. Unfortunately, its macroeconomic impact will remain limited. On average, the public investment made possible by this program will amount to something like 1% of euro area GDP during the period from 2022 to 2025. This is significant but insufficient to deal with the challenges that we face today. And therefore, it will be necessary also to boost public investment by using national government's capacity to borrow. In fact, the capacity to borrow of these national governments is a multiple of the European Commission's capacity to find own resources in the context of the RRF facility. And therefore, what I propose is a two-pronged approach. Yes, the European Commission capacity to borrow should be used to the greatest to the greatest intensity possible. But since this capacity is limited, national government's capacity to borrow should also be used to the fullest extent possible. It really makes no sense economically to allow debt-financed public investment in member countries only through the channel of the European Commission and to leave the much higher capacity to borrow of national governments untapped. The need for public investment has acquired an existential dimension and should override the current dogmas that exist in the European Union. So that leads me then to the golden rule, something that has been proposed by many others in the past, well-known economists. I refer to Mario Monti here, where we would divide the government budget into a current and a capital budget. And in the capital budget, we would record public investment that could be financed by issuing debt. And there should be no limitation on the capacity to borrow to finance public investments. And then the overall budget should be subject to the sustainability analysis described earlier. Last point, how to select productive investment project. That's of course a very difficult problem. And here also the sustainability analysis must involve an analysis of the selection of public investment projects. These should be productive. By that I mean they should increase the future sustainability of economic growth. It's not an easy task to do, right? But it's not impossible. And the proof is given by what happened now with the Next Generation EU, where we have seen that the European Commission has been quite successful in selecting productive investment projects that were presented by national governments in the framework of that Next Generation EU. And that should be the template that we use in the future. So we could envisage that national governments make up a program of public investment projects that they present to the European Commission for approval. And the Commission would then analyze the expected future return of these projects and give a stamp of approval so that once this is done, national governments can fund these investment projects by issuing government bonds. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for this very interesting presentation. I will now turn to our panelists. Each of you has now 10 minutes to share your initial thoughts and how we should reform the current EU framework to turn it fit for the post-COVID challenges. Please, we will start with Member of the European Parliament, Margarida Marques.
Muito obrigada. Eu começo por congratular a presidência portuguesa da União Europeia, primeiro pelos resultados da presidência, e hoje é o último dia, e depois pela organização, por fechar a presidência com a organização desta conferência. E queria também saudar o ministro João Leão pelos resultados especificamente na sua área durante esta presidência. Now I move to English. The discussion on the economic governance of the Union goes much beyond the discussion about the pandemic. COVID-19 crisis showed us the need to accelerate this reflection. Indeed, while it is important that we revise the fiscal framework to reflect the new economic fundamentals, we should not be eager to make change then look only at the pandemic and ignore the problems of the fiscal rules that are more structural. And this is clear, it's one of the conclusions of this first panel today. The first question we should ask ourselves is whether the current fiscal framework is fit for purpose. The economic paradigm our treaties built upon is very different from the one we are living today. These changes were not caused by the pandemic. Europe was already struggling and facing the challenges of our time in a position of fragility. Secular stagnation, trapped in a low growth, low inflation equilibrium. Investment is at very low levels and net public investment has been close to zero most of the last decade. While the current governance improved coordination across member states and contributed in a way to a reduction in macroeconomic imbalances, it presents several weaknesses. Weaknesses were already identified before the pandemic. Its high complexity, weak enforcement, lack of ownership and of incentives to pursue counter-cyclical policies. The rules-based system that we have today shows severe deficiencies that are not up to task in the post-pandemic world. I strongly believe that a return to the current economic governance framework, ignoring what has been happening for the last year and a half, is politically unfeasible and will jeopardize the efforts placed in the recovery. Before moving to a discussion on the future prospects of the EU fiscal rules and economic governance, I would like to share with you some thoughts on the short run. My report is focused on both short run and long term. The general escape clause is expected for now to be in place until the end of 2022. At the same time, we have the biggest recovery package starting being disbursed. Therefore, I strongly believe of the importance of having a clear pathway toward a revised fiscal framework, preferably prior to the deactivation of the general escape clause. It is of the utmost importance to provide stability, predictability, and also to ensure to governments that there is no risk of premature fiscal consolidation as there were in the past. Despite of the very different response of the global financial crisis at this stage, we cannot still rule out the risk of premature fiscal consolidation. It is important that there is a common understanding on the speed of the reduction in the short run. Moreover, rules in place shall provide all the necessary conditions for member states to fully implement the Next Generation EU. Fiscal rules shall not undermine the success on the Next Generation EU. 2 points more on the Next Generation, 2 points more on the Next Generation EU raised in the report. The first one on Next Generation EU loans pillar. Expenditure on the loans pillar of the Next Generation EU must be treated in the same way than EFC. It means European Fund Stability Investment. The second point, we demand to the Commission to fully exploit the potentialities of the Next Generation EU. It means Next Generation EU is clearly an innovation. We can't lose this innovation. Once the general scape clause is deactivated and while a reviewed framework is not yet in place, all the flexibility of the current economic governance framework shall be used in particular to take into account country-specific situation, preventing premature fiscal consolidation and limiting risks of long-term scaring. But clearly, flexibility is not enough for the future. Let me now to put for discussion a more forward-looking vision regarding the EU economic governance framework. Should we expect a complete revamp of the EU fiscal framework? How far can we expect to go when we will discuss the future of the European economic governance? In the last weeks, already this week, we start listening at ministers of finance level or some political personalities from the field some remarks about the future of the EU fiscal rules. Some of them advocating going back to the current framework. While I disagree with their approaches, I consider that there were two advantages. First, it raised several voices against it, and in second place, it shows that it's the right time to start this discussion. It comes at the same moment that the European Parliament expects to adopt its position on this subject. The European Parliament adopted in committee, Economic Committee, recently a report providing political guidelines that not only will provide the Parliament position for the public debate, but it will also set the path of the discussion at the highest EU institutional level. Next week, it is expected, I underline expected, to be adopted in the plenary. Let me share with you a couple of elements that a new framework should look at. First, while debt sustainability is still at the core of the fiscal framework, fiscal policy should be able to support long-term sustainable and inclusive growth based on the EU objectives like Green Deal, digital transition, or cohesion, and provide a short-term macro stabilization function when necessary. Second, I would like to highlight the growing consensus on the inherent interaction between monetary and fiscal policy. Third, the existence of structural factors that could keep interest rates low in the medium to long term. Fourth, the need to revise the EU economic governance framework to make debt rules simpler and enforceability better and designed to support long-term economic growth with appropriate public and private investment. Debt sustainability in a reform pact implies realistic and transparently set country-specific debt adjustment paths. Country-specific pace of debt reduction should properly reflect the new economic reality as well as country-specific challenges. The path should also reflect risks of public debt dynamic, such as interest growth differentials and the quality of public expenditure. Growth and investment are considerations that must be incorporated in a revised framework. We need to address enormous challenges and commitments, namely related to climate change, digital and social resilience, including Porto compromises, and also international commitments. Let me conclude by mentioning an element that I think that most of times is overlooked in the public discussions: the governance of the fiscal rules. We can have the best rules, but if you do not have in place a transparent, enforceable and democratic accountability governance system, the rules are likely to fail. Weak political ownership and accountability exacerbate non-compliance. Maybe it's a good idea to look to the experience on RRF with stakeholders involved in the process. We need to discuss the role of the Commission, what about the Council and the European Parliament, who takes the political decision. Finally, it's time to the decision-making framework for the EU economic governance to be under the community method. To sum up, more important than to have the right fiscal policy rules is to do fiscal policy right. It is crucial that the forthcoming debate put aside stigmas and, above all, it's based on mutual trust and, as a colleague remembered in the first panel, political trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Lorenzoni, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I have some slides. I don't know if they're going to show up. Yeah. So thanks a lot. It's a great honor to be here and share some thoughts on reforming the European governance framework. I'm also going to focus on the fiscal rules, although I have a strong belief that actually the reform of fiscal rules fit. It's important to recognize the complementarity between various pieces of reform, and in particular, if there are steps towards an improved fiscal capacity, central fiscal capacity, of course, it would affect the way in which we want to design rules. And let me start by being just slightly provocative. So, of course, everybody hates the rules. Everybody says the rules that we have are terrible. Although I would say that sometimes we put a little too much blame on the rules. And in this, I agree with your last comment, that sometimes some decisions are political. And it's the policy stance that is wrong. And I'm going to give a specific example, like the choice of pushing in the direction of fiscal consolidation in 2011, 2013. That was a wrong policy choice. It was adopted within the context of the rules, but as we have seen now in the COVID crisis, a different policy, the escape clause is part of the rules and can be invoked. So I feel like sometimes we put too much emphasis on rules that would have been perfect in the past,
while the system has to work, and the system has to include rules that do something, but sometimes get suspended when they don't work. And my impression is that in crisis, in deep crisis, but also sometimes in not so deep crisis, rules are not going to work, because crises are by nature like unpredictable, and what is the optimal policy response is going to be unpredictable. So designing perfect rules for crisis is probably not a good approach. But let me also emphasize what I see one example of a success story in which European rules worked well, which is the case of Italy, that from 1996 to 2007 underwent a very sizable reduction in public debt. And I think the rules were part of why that worked. I don't think they were the only reason why it worked, but the reason why it worked was that rules were clear, and that Italian people made a decision to follow those rules. There was a clear prize at the end, that was joining the common monetary union. And but there were also politicians that decided to explain clearly what was the trade-off and what was the advantage of reducing the high level of public debt that Italy started from. So I think that is a good example of rules working. A different way I want to put it is that rules are useful as a language. So rules are a language that we can use to define our objectives, to decide what targets we can aim for and explain them to the citizens, again, going with the democracy topic that has popped up several times today, and what instruments can we use. And of course, the language can be very bad. So I guess, in a sense, now we are in a situation in which maybe we're like, I don't know, the church of the 16th century with Latin being used and nobody understanding what's going on. So we need kind of Martin Luther to translate the Bible to German so we can actually use the language of everybody to describe the rules. But if we do so, then rules can be useful. And that's my first observation. So the objectives of reform, in my view, should be three. One, the rules should be realistic. So should be rules that we can actually aim to satisfy. They should have a strong countercyclical element. Even though escape clause can be used, it's important that countercyclicality is built in. And they should have simplicity. And again, by simplicity, I don't mean that, of course, we don't take into account that, for example, to take account of the cycle is going to be complicated. And again, ideally, that all the elements that go into debt sustainability analysis should be used in the right way. But it should be simple in the objective, is what is that we want to reach. And then we figure out what is the path that is going to take us there. So one point the next point I want to make is that at the end of the day, if we want to design rules, thinking of where we want to go in terms of debt to GDP is not a bad idea. I mean, it's just like such a simple object. It's easy to measure. It's easy to explain to citizens. And again, I go back to my example of Italy in the late 90s. It links the present to the future, so it has this advantage that somehow it corrects a little bit the present bias of politicians. Politicians now know that if they do something today, they're going to leave a legacy of higher debt, and that must be an important element. And final point, of course, it's something that markets look at, so it matters for that. And the second point is that probably an idea of keeping debt to GDP relatively stable in good times and maybe gradually declining, it sounds like a reasonable good objective. I mean, of course, debt sustainability analysis is much more sophisticated than that, and I take the message of many colleagues and politicians that think that debt sustainability should be just the cornerstone. What I think is risky of using debt sustainability as the cornerstone is that debt sustainability emphasizes a lot the moment where debt is going to reach a risky point. And I find it very hard for communication purposes to have a government saying, oh, we know that we're going to hit this and then we're going to start having spreads popping up. I feel like that way of communicating can be very dangerous and governments can be very scared of using that. So that's why I feel like some simpler objective like keeping debt to GDP stable in good times and declining gradually seems a more sensible approach. The problem is that this approach is completely contrary to the rules as they're written. So the rules as they're written have this debt, the debt target is there, and is, of course, the part that is completely ignored because for good reasons, because if we were to follow the debt rule part of the pact, that would require 1/20th speed of convergence to 60%, and nobody believed that. Even Italy, in the period of success that I described, was like doing half the speed that the debt rule would require. So that part must be changed. That is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, we're stuck with unrealistic rules, and then we're going to have to add pieces, add MTO, and this and that. So my impression is that we should probably use debt to GDP as the target, but then if we do so, we have to completely change the way in which we do it. Now, I've been thinking about ways to do it without having to completely rethink the treaty from scratch. And one idea that I've been talking about with Veronica Guerrieri and Leonardo D'Amico, which are working with me, is maybe a two-speed system. And I apologize, I'm going to just use an equation. So usually when people think about debt stability, they have the idea that the growth of debt, the target growth of debt, should be a negative function of the stock of debt. And there's that beta that basically is the speed of adjustment of debt to GDP. And again, that beta is kind of roughly the object that is 1/20th in the existing rules, which doesn't make any sense. So the idea would be, instead of having 1D, kind of split the stock of debt into two pieces. Have one piece that is, I'm going to call slow adjusting debt. So that's the stock of debt that for a number of reasons we want to reduce, but very slowly. And then there is another piece of debt, and the sum of the two pieces must be the total debt to GDP of the country. And the fast adjusting must be the debt that instead we want to adjust more quickly. Now, how to allocate debt in the two pieces, it's very much a kind of a work in progress. We think that a good starting point is some legacy debt go into the slow adjusting just to make the rule realistic, to achieve the realism objective. But then looking forward, the idea would be that a number of expenditures that we think are very important are going to help us increase the slow part. For example, we could have some explicit rules that, as part of a golden rule idea of kind of helping investment spending could go in the slow part. Some may be a political choice. It may be that we have to decide that there are years, like COVID, for example, where all the debt or the debt accumulation that happened in that year has to go in the slow part, so it can be repaid slowly. And the idea is that this is debt that was incurred for good reasons, is going to stay there, and is debt that is going to make us stronger in the long run. So over the long run, we're going to repay it, but we have a much slower speed. The fast part is there, and it's more like an incentive element. So it's like, okay, if in good times, when everything is good, when the economy is growing fast, and you spend a lot and not for investment, then there should be a little more of an incentive to stabilize, which would be the element that somehow help the credibility and the sustainability of the system. So that's one idea we've been thinking about. But again, the bottom line is that I think debt to GDP is a good target. In the existing context, is completely unusable. A good reason to completely revamp the rules is that making it usable may have advantages. And I think the advantage in terms of communication with the population may be not a minor one. I think I'm done with my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Baldwin, please.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank the Portuguese government for inviting me, especially Minister Leo. And I mean, really, thank you. This is the first time I've been on a plane in 18 months. I couldn't remember how to tie my tie this morning. I had to look at a YouTube video. But all joking aside, it's a pleasure to contribute to this. I've always found Portugal to be a very a thoughtful and constructive player in European integration, and especially in this very difficult time. I think the political adeptness and sincerity with which you have addressed it is really something that all of Europe has to thank you for, so thank you for that. Now, the world has changed. Some of you may notice, those of you wearing masks anyways, but the fiscal rules haven't, but they should. Now, we have been talking about reform of the euro area fiscal rules literally for the entire part of the 21st century. Right from the beginning, right from the Maastricht Treaty, academics like me talked about it not being the right rules. But nothing ever changes. So what I think is important to point out is it's not that we need some clever idea that we haven't thought of. And having followed this debate for quite a long time, I don't think I heard any new ideas today. But what has changed, and I am an economist, what has changed is the political grounds and political understanding. So I think we have to think about reforming the rules and the structure from a more political perspective. And I'm not talking political in the narrow sense, like which government's in power. I'm talking about how COVID has transformed the entire relations in the demos between citizens and interest groups, between interest groups and the government, between the governments and the party. The idea that government now can do something we all need that's recognized by the entire democratic community in countries, but also between countries. And it's not just within Europe, but it's especially marked within Europe. Now that's a moment, as we heard on the other panel, that's a window of opportunity, but it's not a change in economic conditions or economic understanding. It's an opportunity to use the politics to make something new. Another way to say it is never let a crisis go to waste, especially one that's changed the role of government in so many people's minds. Now let me be a little bit more specific about how I think the political groundswell has changed. First of all, the euro area solidity in the face of a common threat. As Minister Leo said, the impossible became mainstream in just a few months. That's amazing. You have conservative governments falling over themselves to start borrowing. And this is important because change is a habit, just as complacency is a habit. Once you start seeing things change and it works out, once you realize change means you have to make mistakes and move on and recognize those mistakes, but the outcome is good, that becomes a habit. People start seeing opportunities, the rock starts rolling, and that's one thing to grab hold of. The second is the German black zero taboo was broken. And I don't have to tell anybody in this country how important the black zero taboo was in complacency in Eurozone rules. Or as I like to say it, black is out, red is in, but the sky is still blue in Berlin. The sky didn't fall. Amazing. Now, it seems to me that it matters what you spend on it. And it matters that Europe is facing some challenges like COVID for the future. So that's where I think we have to leverage what changed. So first of all, there was no culprit. Nobody was to blame, or at least I don't think any one person was to blame. And everybody was hit. And there was very clear spillovers, both in terms of not dealing with the problem, but also the tools to deal with the problem. Scale economies, cooperation, all that sort of stuff. And the idea that COVID won't be over anywhere until it's over everywhere has some echoes in a few of the problems coming in the future, which I'll talk about in a second. But I would first point out, COVID-19 is not over, not by a long shot. My guess is it won't go away. It'll become endemic, and every single year we'll have to get shots for a new variant. I'm not a epidemiologist, but I can just see this being like the seasonal flu coming back, because it's not going to be suppressed in Africa. It's not going to be suppressed in Latin America. And this thing mutates so quickly that we'll get wave after wave after wave. So we'll have a basis for continuing the cooperation on vaccines and sharing medical resources and things like that. The second one is climate change. Again, no one's to blame. There's no culprit, no one culprit. If you could blame the culprit, it would be the Industrial Revolution that got the carbon level up high enough so that carbon stays in the atmosphere for 50 years. That is a problem now, but we can't blame that. Moreover, there's massive opportunities for joint action and gains from cooperation, and everyone is affected in various ways. It doesn't move quite as fast, and the causal effects are not quite as clear, but climate change has many elements, like COVID, that could spur this new political climate of cooperation to move forward it. But there's other ones. So for instance, it's not the first time I've heard Bruno Le Maire say this, but the technical challenges facing in Europe today are very much also like that. There is no one culprit, but all of Europe is affected. And there's huge room for joint action and cooperation, which would mean that everybody works better, that the sum is much greater than the whole. So the third point is active government is back in fashion. So, for a long time, government, certain spending was okay, it was locked in and stuff, but governments were basically bumblers, and you should try and keep them out of everything as possible. But I think this COVID has demonstrated that active government matters. And not just on medical matters, but the furloughs and all those sorts of things. So there's a movement that government still matters, including on the right side of the spectrum, who was doubting before. Fourth, and I love to say this, Brexit was a massive and manifest failure. And what that means is that the outside option for cooperation in the euro area has been moved. So when some politician, which maybe mentioned that one member state, which maybe might think about leaving, that was not an invitation, that was a threat. Whereas just a few years ago, there were regions of Europe who were thinking about leaving the Eurozone, and that's changed the option to cooperation. I'll speed up here a little bit. Fifth, the geo-economic realities have created a new harmonic in Europe with new threats, opportunities, and challenges. And here I mean the US retreat, the aggression of Russia, and the advance of China. The last two underpinned by enormous national insecurities, which make it difficult to simply ignore. And that has created a harmonic in Europe, which I haven't seen since the justification for the single market. My first writings were about the single market in 1988. And back then, one of the major motivations, like Delors, the white paper on competitiveness, was that Europe was about to become a museum for American and Japanese managers to come visit on holiday. And that the single market was a way of dynamitizing the European economy. And that we heard a lot with Bruno Le Maire. I think that is exactly right, but it has many other elements that are above my pay grade, military, political, all sorts of things. Okay, so I think of this as a political moment, and when we think about reform, I think we have to look at the political changes which made this cooperation possible and think about reforms that will make future cooperations that have similar elements possible, climate change above all. So on the reforms, I don't have that much to say that hasn't been said. And also, I'm cautious as an academic. I've been writing about European integration since 1988. And occasionally, some of my ideas got lucky enough to catch some resonance. But it was always my questions, not my solutions. And this has caused me to reflect on 35 years of ignored solutions. And this is an invitation for you to ignore my solution just now. But I think the point is that academics are very good at ignoring bits of reality that make things too complicated to understand. And therefore, they can frame the questions and look at the priorities in a way that creates a resonance in other people who know more about the world to make solutions. But that ability to ignore reality is exactly why their solutions aren't correct. So, that said, I like the rules that Philippe Martin and Jean Passini-Ferry have recently come up. They published in May on Vox, one of my favorite sites. They talked a lot about relying on domestic institutions, and we've heard that here, and I'm sure we're going to hear it some more. Embedded in a process, strengthening, coming up. Paul de Grauw also said that. And to shift to national debt targets in 5 years. I also agree with a great deal of what Paul de Grauw said, but I would add one thing, and this is on the capital versus current expenditure kind of idea. So if you look at COVID, none of that expenditure will show up in GDP. All that money we spent avoided people dying and improved health. That will not show up in GDP, but it was an excellent investment. And the same is true of climate. Almost none of the public investments in climate are going to show up in GDP. This is not building a road that's going to create business, which will then create a tax base that pays back. It avoids disasters. It avoids humanitarian crises. And so we need, if we're going to separate it out, we need a cost-benefit analysis that goes beyond simple dollars and cents, and most certainly not based on the tax revenue that it's going to generate. Climate change doesn't need a better toll bridge to the future. It needs massive changes in the way things go on, and we will live better, we'll be happy we did it, but it's not going to be captured in GDP. So I'll just stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now, Professor Constâncio, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want also to thank the Portuguese government, and in particular Minister João Leão, for inviting me, not only today, but also a few weeks ago, to address the informal ECOFIN on precisely the reform of fiscal rules. Today we only have 10 minutes, and I will not speak only about fiscal rules, because the subject of EU economic governance is broader than just the fiscal part. I had slides, but if I would follow the slides, I would go well beyond my 10 minutes. So I will show mostly this slide, which is a sort of outline of the points I want to make. What are the points of economic governance that, in my view, are at stake for the future in terms of institutions and reforms that would create, finally, particularly a monetary union that would be stable and inducive of higher growth. And they have to do with enhancing a degree of fiscal union, completing the capital markets union and the banking union. These are very important subjects. But first, a few considerations as background. Well, if things go as expected about COVID, well, the latest forecasts, economic forecasts of the Commission, for instance, show that all member countries will attain the level of GDP of 19 by the end of 22. Which is good news if there are no bad surprises regarding the virus developments. But that is indeed not enough, because for 23 already growth forecasts go down to 2%, perhaps even optimistically, because after that they will go below 2%. because the potential growth of Europe, of the EU and the euro area, is hardly above 2, say 1.25%, no more. And if it goes back like this, also these forecasts that I just mentioned that are optimistic also show, surprisingly, that the unemployment rate in Europe and in the euro area will go up in both 21 and 22 above what it was in 2020, the peak of the crisis. And that's the only sole advanced economic region where that happens. Well, it happens, of course, because we protected employment in 2020. But it means that growth that is coming and is seen as very bright will not be enough to continue to reduce unemployment. So this means that we would need a further stimulus really to try this time, for the first time, to get to the trend of growth that was in place before COVID. By the way, the US will attain that by the end of this year. They will go back to the trend growth, not just the level of 19. And we don't. And which means then we will have a permanent loss, but more important than that, it means that we will not be able to deal in an efficient way with the scarring of the economy, or hysteresis, if you wish, the more technical term for that, and which will then, of course, will not smooth the structural recovery of the supply side of our economies. And that's bad. So I think we need 2 more years at least of managing policy that means running a high-pressure economy during more years and really go back to the growth trend before COVID. That's the only point where I diverge from Olivier Blanchard when he said, well, what is now in place is all right, prepare contingent plans if things go worse. No, I think we need more. And by the way, in April, not long ago, the IMF recommended to us that additional stimulus to the amount of 3% of GDP, on top of what was already known and expected, should be introduced in order, in fact, for the euro area to go back to trend growth by 2023. And we won't have this 3% additional stimulus on top of what already was known last April. So that's, as I said, the point where I diverge from Olivier. I agree with all the rest that he said. Well, if this is then the background, and one of the challenges that we face in the short run, it means that the fiscal rules that we have in place are not fit for facing that challenge. They were not even fit before, but certainly now they are not fit to address that issue, and because of debt. And the debt criteria in the fiscal rules as we have it, which make no economic sense whatsoever. And a little more on that ahead. So we have also to really interiorize that that sustainability analysis now, it's not the same that it was in the early 90s when the Maastricht Treaty was approved and the conditions were what they were. We are in a different world completely, structurally, because indeed the paradigm has changed. And advanced economies face a period of low growth, low inflation, and low interest rates. And in particular, low interest rates that are due to structural drivers. It's mostly about the change in the propensities to save and to invest. And that's one of the elements. And those propensities are structurally impacted by inequality, which unfortunately will not go away very quickly because it's very difficult to demand policies that I don't see governments really prepared even to contemplate them. Inequality, demography, aging increases savings, not the opposite, and technological changes that have changed the nature of investment. Which is no longer so much fixed investments, equipment, but intangible investment, which has lower prices, and so the propensity to invest has gone down. So there is this big divergence which affects interest rates. Then there is also a second big element, which is deceleration of productivity, of total factor productivity. And that impacts the equilibrium interest rate. And finally, there is shortage of safe assets, quality assets, which then, with high demand for safe assets, brings down the yields, the interest rates, the market rates of debt, that it is indeed considered as safe. And there are much less of that than before. So these are structural elements. Interest rates have been declining for 35 years. So it was not because the period of expansionary monetary policies that this has happened. It was also not because of the financial crisis that this has happened. It has to do with those structural drivers I mentioned. And they are not going away very soon. And so all considerations about debt and debt sustainability analysis have to interiorize this. This also implies that there is a new consensus about the macroeconomic policy mix between monetary and fiscal policy. There was the consensus of the 70s and the 80s and partially the 90s, where monetary policy will control inflation and do macro stabilization of our economies alone, would deal with everything, because fiscal could only address from a macroeconomic perspective the sustainability of long-term debt. That was the only macro role attributed to fiscal policy. And then there was the microeconomic goals of taxes, of expenditures, and so on. But macroeconomically, it was just taking care of the debt. Now there is a new policy mix because the decrease in interest rates mean that the efficiency of monetary policy to expand the economy has been severely decreased, and right now is practically non-existent anymore because it has been used a lot. So it's about fiscal. And fiscal has, besides being concerned with the long-term debt sustainability, has to admit and to have a short-run macroeconomic stabilization role, and has also to take care about investments that are needed for long-term growth. The greening of our economies is a very demanding goal, very demanding, trillions of investments, most of them private. But private investments that will not be made if the private firms have to make their calculations on a pure commercial basis and see the return and the costs of those investments. They won't do them because the return is not there. It's social return, which means that there must be public policies of investment that crowd in private investment and also subsidies to make those private investments profitable enough to be made. And that's a big change in competition policy at the European level, which happened during COVID, but we don't know if it will continue for the future. All this means that the Stability Pact has to be totally revised. And rules matter, indeed, in the end, if they are in place, rules as they are, rigid as they are. The Stability Pact has been very pro-cyclical throughout the years. It can be easily demonstrated. It was responsible for the big mistake of 2011 to 13, and the second recession that only Europe had. It was only Europe among advanced economies that had this second recession, totally attributed to simultaneous consolidation, fiscal consolidation, and the Stability Pact at the time. And it's a mess. The present SGP, the Commission publishes every year vademecum to explain it of 250 pages. You know, there are very few people that really understand the whole set of rules that, as the European Fiscal Board has written, even contradict themselves, because if countries have to comply each year with 6 different numerical targets that go from debt to deficit to expenditure growth, sometimes there is no possibility of making all those targets compatible. So that's where indeed we are. And that has to change. I don't think that, I mean, I appreciate what Paul de Grove said, of course, as always, but I think what he proposes is a bridge too far in political economy terms. It's more or less very similar to what Wiplox and Icahn Green have proposed some time ago, sort of renationalization of fiscal policy with then a DSA, and restructuring of debt if necessary, or the proposal by Blanchard of going to standards and then appealing to the European Court of Justice, which I think also is a bridge too far. So I resign myself to indeed embrace the move, which has a certain consensus in academic circles, of going to a pure expenditure rule and getting rid of everything else. Well, for that to be really easy to apply, then desirably the protocol annexed to the treaty that defines the 60% and the 3% should be changed. And those numbers should be removed. But an expenditure rule can survive being smart and with some changes if the protocol stays, and it proves to be impossible to change it. Why should change? Well, the 60% debt ratio is totally obsolete. I am old enough to remember what were the two explanations, the two rationales for having this 60%, which are not scientific at all. But the reasons were, first, 60% was more or less the average of the then member countries of the euro area, so 60. Second rationalization. Well, there was the 3% limit maximum of annual deficit. Well, assuming the worst case scenario where countries would have, for the future, always every year 3%, absolutely having the maximum deficit allowed, and if you consider that nominal growth would be 5%, 3% in real terms, 2% inflation, and 3% at the time of all this discussion seemed normal, then if you divide 3 by 5, you get 60%, and it can be proved that this ratio will lead necessarily the debt ratio in the long term to 60%. And that was the second rationalization. We don't have 5% anymore. We have, you know, perhaps we have 3.25. So 2% inflation, which is the target, and 1.25 growth. If you divide 3 by 3.25, you get a ratio of 92%. And if you are very optimistic and think that growth, potential growth in Europe can go higher to 1.5, then you get 85%. And if you get the average of member states in 2019, before the COVID, is 86, precisely in that ballpark. So if we would do Maastricht now, well, it would be different. So it's absolutely inadmissible to continue with the 60%. Because the rule, and in particular, if they stay, then what are the rules now, which is that every year countries have to reduce by 5% the deviation from their debt ratio to 60% every year, 5%. Now, debt has increased as a result of COVID. The application of this rule from 2023, as the Dutch and German governments have been talking about, it means that fiscal policy, whatever the rest of the rules, would be restrictive for years. And we would have the same mistake of 2011-13, exactly. It cannot be. And I still don't believe, to tell you frankly, that countries like France, Italy, or Spain can accept that we go back to that mechanical formula of reducing debt to 60%, 5% per year. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. Well, the 3% can survive, but again, if we have an expenditure rule that you know what it is, just a rule about the expenditure path, expenditure net of cyclical expenditures, like unemployment subsidy, and also net of discretionary tax increases that then allows expenditure to go a little higher. If we have a path for net expenditure, which is calibrated according to potential growth and the long-term debt sustainability, if we have that, this is less pro-cyclical. Why? Because it doesn't fix the annual deficit. It just fixes the expenditure path. And then revenues fluctuate according to the development of the economy. In a recession, revenues are lower, the deficit is higher. So there is no rule for the annual deficit in an expenditure rule. But okay, the 3% perhaps can survive. What cannot survive is the existing of a mechanical rule to converge to the absurd 60% debt ratio. And by the way, Guido, if I may, the use of a debt ratio as the guide for debt sustainability, well, it's practical, it's traditional, so it's useful to communicate with the population, but again, makes no great sense, because it's a ratio between a stock and a flow. And annual GDP and accumulated stock of debt. And the debt is not to be paid in 1 year. So what's the sense of this ratio? The sense would be to have the present value of future GDP for many years, which will be an approach to the wealth of the economy, and then have the ratio between debt and that present value of future GDPs, which should show the wealth of the economy to repay the debt. That would make more economic sense. The use of the ratio is practical, because then if we have a 100% debt ratio, then if we think about possible interest rates, say 5%, then the burden of just paying interest is already 5% of GDP. So that's the practical use of the debt ratio. And if that is the case, why not having the debt rule using the ratio between interest charges plus amortization over GDP instead of the debt ratio, which, by the way, was used for Greece in the latest program for Greece, which had a 15% limit to this debt service to GDP, just to agitate the discussion. So the other elements of the degree of fiscal union, not full-fledged fiscal union, it's not necessary, but another two elements is indeed to have at the European semester a discussion of the fiscal stance at European level, degree of coordination of fiscal policies, a fiscal policy for the area as a whole. We have to manage macroeconomically. The euro area has an integrated area, and that entails monetary and fiscal. And third, we need the permanent European Stabilization Fund to be used only in moments of big recessions, so a rainy days fund, as it is called, which is very important to stabilize macroeconomically the area. So I have the other 2 points. I have no time. I already exceeded the time, I am sure. But they are very important. So I leave behind my slides, which deal with those other elements, in particular, the need for a big, deep, liquid European bond market with an European safe asset with the size of 3 to 4 trillion, not just a few 100 billion, which is not enough to really promote the internationalization of the euro and to solve the problem of the nexus between banks and sovereigns. Only if banks have at their disposal this layer of European debt, they can diversify more their portfolios and become safer. So we need all this for the euro area, which is, as I said, more stable and more conducive to economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Professor Darvash, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me also start by thanking Minister Leão for inviting me here and also congratulating to the Portuguese Presidency of the Council, but also for this conference that I very much enjoyed. I mean, both sessions, there were many wise presentations said, and I very much enjoyed. I agree with many things. But at the same time, when I look at my watch, I see that we are 11 minutes over the session time. So I would like to be brief, but I also see that there are many like-minded people here, both in this panel and also in the previous panel. So I might also wish to stimulate a little bit of discussion, or at least raise some thoughts which can provoke a debate. Now, but before that, let me first state my own position on fiscal rules. That fiscal rules suffer from many major disadvantages. I mean, Margarida Marquez in our session, also Mr. Constancio, Nadia Calvino in the previous session, also Paul de Grove described many pitfalls. I don't want to repeat them. My recommendation would be country-specific debt targets, let's say 5 years forward-looking, with an expenditure rule as the operational tool. I mean, Vitor Constancio talked a lot about that. With special treatment on investment, we are also very much in favor of treating public investment spending and consumption spending differently, even though I understood Richard's comment that many spending which are saving lives and other spending which look consumption or not investment still have a major investment component. The European rules should focus indeed on gross errors, as it is stated on the treaty, not on a nitty-gritty everyday interference with member states. That should be much more national contribution or control over the rules. But at the same time, I very much believe that there is a need for European dimension as well. And here, let me come to nuance Paul de Grove's one of very well-made comment, I believe, when he said that there are basically two options. One is moving all the spending and taxing power to the European level, and then that's one solution. And the second solution is renationalization of fiscal rules and fiscal policy decisions. And conceptually, these are very clear extreme solutions. But in the specific European circumstances, I think the second one has disadvantages because the euro is a very special creature because, I mean, it harmonized or mutualized monetary policy. The ECB looks at the average of the euro area. And then at the same time, there's a very high level of economic integration between Eurozone members. So if one country messes up and ends up in a trouble, then it has a major influence on what the ECB can and should do. It has a major influence on other member states. So I think in a currency union, especially what we have in Europe, I think there is a strong need for some control of fiscal policy at the supranational level. As I said, it should focus on gross errors. There should be much more role for national fiscal councils and so on. But I do believe that there is a major need for a European level here. Now, on the rules are very bad. I said I very much agree. But we also have to recognize that the rules are not the same. They are changing from time to time. And already the Juncker Commission has made, quite some silent changes, basically exploiting flexibility to the extreme and allowing almost everything to every country they wanted. So the rules were not enforced. We can also recall, for example, the excessive deficit procedures for France and Spain. They had an initial deadline, and every year they got a new deadline, a new deadline, a new deadline, and nothing happened. We can also think about the Italy's budget balance. There was what would have been the clear outcome from the rules, and then all kinds of exceptions and clauses were used to allow Italy for having a higher budget deficit. So the rules are I think, used to the flexibility in the rules have been used to the extreme, and I expect the same to happen under the current Commission as well. And I think now everybody has learned the mistake of the premature fiscal consolidation after the Euro global and the Euro crisis. So I think even if the current rules will not change, we have a chance of avoiding that. And finally, many people expressed great hopes for reforms. And many of you said that now this is the opportunity. Richard Baldwin said 5 very wise arguments why this is the case. But let me close by saying that I have very little hope that something major will happen. And this is not just based on my discussions from countries which are sometimes called frugal or fiscally woke and things like that, where they want to return to the current fiscal rules as fast as possible and entirely convinced that there is no good rule. So even if we spend months and thousands of pages on drafting new proposals, they will not be better than the old one, and the new rules will also have major flaws. But also I don't see that there is a very widespread view among the European demos, as you widely said. Maybe there is such a view in some parts of Europe, but not all parts of Europe. And all rule changes will require unanimity. So I'm unfortunately I'm not that hopeful that a major reform will come. But what I can see, and I very much hope, that related to the climate transition, something on public investment, and in particular on green public investment, will actually be implemented. Because, it's clearly, many speakers previously well emphasized that the current rules are very disadvantageous to public investment in Europe. We can look at simple charts showing that public investment in Europe has been much lower than in other advanced countries. Even if you look at the Commission projection of increased public investment due to Next Generation EU, it will still remain inferior to what the average was in let's say, in the US in the past, not to mention what's upcoming with the Biden public spending programs. So we need more public investment. Next Generation EU is a useful boost to that, but clearly not enough. And if we think about how much public investment is needed to reach the green transition, that's enormous. And simply with the current set of rules, even if it's interpreted in a flexible way by the Commission, it will not be sufficient. So I can imagine some special treatment of green public investment. But otherwise, I have to say I'm less hopeful that a major reform is going to happen. I wish my prophecy will become false and there will be a big reform, but this is my view. So thank you, and let me stop here.
Thank you, and thank you all for the wonderful presentations. Even though we're running out of time, we're just going to use a few minutes for a couple of questions. I'm going to ask you to keep your answers very short. I would like to start with a question for Professor Lorenzoni. You talked about debt sustainability and the importance of having a debt target. And I would like to ask you, considering the sharp raise in debt ratios all over Europe during this crisis, do you think that it is possible to return to a sustainable path in a timely manner, while at the same time safeguarding the stabilization role of fiscal policy, which has proven to be so important in the current context?
Thanks. Yep, thanks a lot. Yes, I think it can be done. And again, I think the crucial thing is to, to borrow something that our President Draghi likes a lot to say, is like to separate good debt from bad debt. So as long as we separate good debt from bad debt, and we make sure that there is a framework for stabilizing the bad debt, but at the same time repaying much more slowly the debt that was accumulated for good reasons, like the COVID debt or investment debt, then I think sustainability, the thing is, like, sustainability can be done and probably tells us that the levels of debt that we have even after COVID are sustainable. The reason why I don't like to think that sustainability should be the cornerstone of future rules is just what I said before. It's not, so I think current debt levels per se are sustainable. I just think that the language of that sustainability is very good when you're dealing with a country that needs a program, that is trouble, and you have to figure out how bad can things get. And then you have to think, okay, what is the maximum primary surplus that the country can generate? Can we get there? And if we get there, are we going to get in trouble? I feel that the rules that we want have to be rules for countries that are not under a program, that are not close to defaulting. And for those countries, what we want is just a reasonable path in which debt gradually goes down if debt is high. And if we design that in a reasonable manner, I think that, for me, the main role of rules is not in bad recessions, where they're always going to do bad. The role of rules is to make sure that when countries start growing, there is some control. And I think the idea of the expenditure rule is similar, right? Again, the idea is, like, you want to make sure that when there is a boom, like in Italy, what happens is that every time there is a boom, people talk about the little treasure, the tesoretto. Oh, suddenly we found this money, we have to spend it. That's really what the rules are for, is to make sure that when the good times come, and I agree with everybody that said good times are not coming very soon. Yeah. So we're going to have to wait. But when the good times come, we have to make sure that there are rules that somehow keep us that. And that's why I feel like for that purpose, that sustainability is not going to be particularly good, because hopefully when that happens, those are going to be good times. The problem is, like, whatever we think about fiscal space, I think we all agree that fiscal space is limited. And so the crucial thing is that, yeah, we can spend 12% of GDP this year, and it was a very good idea. But how many times can you spend 12% of GDP? If we don't recoup a bit when good times come, we're not going to have the space. There's going to be more crises. Climate change also means there's going to be more crises. There's going to be other years in which we're going to need to spend 12%. So we need to save that space when the time comes.
Thank you.
I went a little too long. But.
Professor Baldwin, would you like to add something on this and on the role of fiscal policy in the aftermath of the crisis?
Well, just very quickly I think one of the things I picked up from what you said, which is very true, is fiscal sustainability is something that will eventually enforce itself through market crises. And the whole point is to avoid getting to the situation where the market gives you a wake-up call that you did something wrong. But I think what I might deviate, and I liked a lot of the things that Victor said, is whether this D, your little d, debt to GDP, is the right thing to keep track of. So that's where I would deviate. But beyond that, I'll stop right there.
Thank you. Now just one question going deeper into the fiscal rules, and I'm going to address it to MP Margarida Marques. You talked about the country-specific challenges. Do you think that it is possible to have rules that are simpler, more transparent, but at the same time take on board these country specificities?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Of course, is on that line that we are working for. This is a report that the Parliament will vote next week. But our ambition is to give the framework for the public debate that the Commission has the intention to launch in autumn. But I'd like to react, if possible, because it's in the same line, to Zolt's last words on the confidence or not that roles can be changed. I think that maybe sometimes we can react to the word to make the revision of the roles revision. Sometimes when we listen this week, Minister Scholz, for example, he said we don't need to change the roles because we have flexibility. It's why I said that flexibility is not enough for the future. But I think that we need to look behind because, for example, Vitor, remember to us how the Maastricht criteria were defined. It was a long time ago, but after Maastricht, we had 2-pack, 6-pack, the new concept of flexibility, and we never spoke on to do the revision of the roles. But the roles are more or less revised. The point is that Maastricht is too much strict concerning the situation that we have nowadays. This is our difficulty. The starting point is to create too much conditionalities to the future. This is the point, and this was already clear before the pandemic. And for example, I don't know what will be the results of the vote next week, but for me it was a hard work to have, and we helped also, you helped also, but to find a consensus among the 4 biggest political families in the European Parliament. So you can say, but this is in the European Parliament, it's only one institution, we will see the others, we will see the European Council. I know, I'm very conscious about these difficulties, but it's clear for the discussion today and for what you read, papers, political statements and so on, that we need to change the roles. Until when, I don't know.
Thank you very much. And just one final question. Professor Constâncio had mentioned that economic governance goes well beyond the fiscal rules. So I wanted to ask both Professor Constâncio and Professor Darvas, is the reform of the fiscal rules enough, or do we need something else? We know that we had very well thought temporary instruments for this crisis. Would we need any kind of permanent instrument to address future shocks?
Yeah. Well, if I may, then of course I mentioned already the need for a permanent European Stabilization Fund to be able to be used in times of more significant shocks and recessionary periods. That's absolutely essential to really complete the minimum degree of fiscal union that can stabilize monetary union. That's certainly very important. I attribute very great importance also to the CMU. It's a big waste that the European countries were able to take the very difficult decision of getting rid of their currencies and their national monetary policies, and then have not taken the opportunity at the same time to benefit from the creation of a big, integrated, liquid capital markets in Europe. And what is missing? Well, a single rule book, a single supervisor for the capital markets, and then also a degree of harmonization of some crucial elements that have to do with taxation of financial products, that have to do with company law and the rights of holders of financial products, and including bankruptcy law, which has to do, again, with their rights. So that we have integrated capital markets in Europe, whereby any citizen of any member country would have the same rights in whatever country he would invest in capital markets products. And what does this imply? Implies more innovation, because with a deep capital market, you can have really venture capital. Venture capital can only exist in the big way when those that invest can have huge losses in some projects, and then the one project that goes well has an IPO, and then there are profits that offset all the losses before. And without a deep liquid equity market, you don't have that. It exists in the US because there is an integrated capital market, not in Europe. And it's also, capital markets are also important for smoothing risk sharing in Europe. When there is a recession in Portugal and not in the other places, the residents in Portugal that have financial products from other countries then have an offsetting of the recession, the local recession. So it's private risk sharing, which is important, and also important for the international role of the euro. Without unified capital markets, particularly the bond market for that purpose, we won't have a higher internationalization of the euro. So this, to me, this also would help, of course, to provide more stability and robustness to the monetary union itself. So it's really, you know, a big point of being annoyed that the governments have not progressed more in really building a capital markets union. And, you know, the fiscal rules are a big problem. These other elements are important. Just a final word on the fiscal rules, because I cannot contain that, you know, the thing is even more absurd than what we have been talked about, because the target for the debt ratio is not 60%, is 0, because the Stability Pact changed the treaty. The Stability Pact said that the budget had to be balanced over an economic cycle. And that's the rule, the principle of the Stability Pact, which if followed, after many, many, many cycles of being balanced over the cycle, it means that in the very long term, the debt tends to 0. And if instead of that, you take the 0.5 medium-term objective that now is allowed, then the debt ratio would converge to 15%. So, which makes no sense, because then there would be no benchmark for financial markets to operate as they have operated always, with a benchmark of the public debt. So, and that's there in the Stability Pact, not in the treaty. It's in the Stability Pact. So this has to be changed. This has to be changed one day. And I know I understand your pessimism, and some days I subscribe to it. Of course. I think that this time, the other big countries of the European euro area cannot go back to the previous rules with all the rules that exist about the debt criteria. Thank you.
Thank you.
So very, very quickly, about the need for permanent instruments. One instrument I would find especially beneficial is an European Union-wide, or at least euro area-wide, unemployment insurance system, which will be an insurance between people. And for example, in terms of fiscal rule reforms, I would also suggest getting rid of financial penalties, because they will never work. Instead, using more carrots, and one carrot could be access to this unemployment insurance scheme if the revised rules are followed. But a bigger issue with designing a more permanent instrument for shocks is always this so-called moral hazard issue, that, you know, if governments think that, oh, if I do lazy policies, at the end I will always be saved by other member states with the help of like it was done after the euro crisis, or currently a bit differently. So I think what is more sensible in my view is to get ready to act whenever a new big shock comes. If there are smaller recessions, every country can deal with that. I mean, it's not a problem for Portugal. But when a big shock comes, all big shocks are different. And I'm afraid it's not so easy to design what kind of cyclical stabilization instrument we want to design permanently forever. But when a shock comes, the COVID shock came last year, European leaders came together, and at the end, they agreed to a sensible and bold response. And I think this is a good approach also for future similar shocks. So I would recommend the unemployment insurance as a permanent one. That's also more between people, and there is limited moral hazard in that. While for the big shocks, we should take discretionary decisions.
Thank you very much. I hope that our discussion here today has set the ground for the debate that will follow in the coming months at the European level. Thank you all for your participation.
Agradecemos a todos os oradores. Thank you all. Para encerrar a sessão, chamamos ao púlpito o Secretário de Estado das Finanças, João Nuno Mendes.
Muito obrigado. Muito boa tarde. Eu sei que já é avançada a hora e serei muito breve. Apenas gostaria de agradecer, em nome do Ministério das Finanças, aqui a pedido do nosso Ministro, a participação de todos os presentes, dos nossos convidados, mas também fazer um agradecimento à equipa da administração que tem trabalhado no Ministério das Finanças neste projeto e também às equipas dos reguladores financeiros, estão aqui representados os reguladores financeiros, que muito contribuíram para o sucesso que nós julgamos que foi alcançado na presidência portuguesa. Gostaria apenas de sublinhar alguns pontos relacionados com um dos instrumentos que tudo fizemos para que fosse implementado o mais rapidamente possível, precisamente o plano de recuperação. Desde o primeiro momento, todos os países na União Europeia sabiam que Portugal tinha um foco que era a aprovação dos planos de recuperação no prazo mais rápido possível. Isso é inequívoco, todos diziam o mesmo e acho que tivemos um enorme contributo de todos os países. Eu gostava de sublinhar, nomeadamente face a esta discussão das regras orçamentais, que o Next Generation EU é um novo instrumento, mas ele ainda não está executado. E digamos que aquilo que nós assistimos e a sua execução, digamos que em termos de governação no âmbito da fileira ECOFIN, é um grande foco de todos os Estados-membros no acompanhamento da sua execução. E ela é particularmente relevante porque o Next Generation EU poderá vir a ser uma espécie de teste a um aumento da capacidade própria fiscal da União Europeia, mas aquilo que é o feedback que nós estamos a ter de todos os países que têm correntes de pensamento económico diferentes, nomeadamente sobre as matérias fiscais, é que vai haver um grande foco na qualidade da execução. Porque nós temos verbas muito grandes destinadas ao investimento digital, verbas muito grandes destinadas, digamos que, à dimensão green. Temos emissões europeias conjuntas que também vão ser testadas ao longo dos próximos anos nos mercados em termos dos preços que vamos conseguir para, digamos que, as taxas de juros, e para isso temos que ter uma credibilidade fiscal significativa. Portanto, aquilo que nós vemos é que estes instrumentos estão a ter um interesse muito grande de todos os países para verificar qual vai ser a real capacidade de absorção, qual vai ser o sucesso no cumprimento dos milestones e dos targets. Digamos que isto é inovador ao nível europeu, fazer transferências não em função da execução financeira verificada, mas em função do cumprimento dos milestones e dos targets. Vai haver uma comparabilidade daquilo que é o desempenho entre os diversos países. E, portanto, aquilo que nós poderemos dizer é que a qualidade da execução em que todos nós temos que estar comprometidos vai determinar muito daquilo que possa ser a credibilidade com que possamos reclamar uma capacidade fiscal própria acrescida para o conjunto da União Europeia. Uma das coisas que nós sentimos, eu e o Ministro, em muitas das reuniões, foi um grande ambiente de consenso, porque todos os países foram atingidos e existia uma grande sensibilidade mútua para os problemas que estavam a acontecer. Eles têm naturezas similares, apesar das estruturas económicas dos diferentes países terem naturalmente características diferentes. A verdade é que o peso do setor do turismo, do setor dos serviços, do setor do imobiliário associado é muito grande em cada um destes países. E isso cria um clima de proximidade e um clima de compreensão mútua que julgo que é um grande ativo, nomeadamente, inclusivamente, em sede das discussões sobre as regras orçamentais. Acho que vai haver aqui uma oportunidade de fazer uma leitura destes meses, em que naturalmente houve um reconhecimento global sobre a necessidade de haver adaptabilidade da política fiscal, uma certa capacidade de intervenção, um certo sentido daquilo como frisava o Comissário Gentiloni, uma União Europeia puramente reguladora não chega face a blocos como os Estados Unidos e a China, que concentram muita capacidade de decisão e podem executar em prazos relativamente rápidos, mudanças significativas das suas políticas e, portanto, achamos nós que para termos sucesso na discussão das regras orçamentais com aquilo que nós próprios queremos e para fazermos aquilo que o professor Vítor Constâncio também dizia, algo de realista e que não seja um salto demasiado grande, achamos que é fundamental também nos concentrarmos naquilo que nos une. E nós vimos aqui que países que, com estruturas económicas distintas, têm um pensamento relativamente semelhante. Gostava também de sublinhar, eu não sou macroeconomista de formação e, portanto, por vezes, quando analisamos somente o próprio desempenho macroeconómico à luz da maior ou menor velocidade com que vamos atingir o nível 19, julgo que é importante frisar que nós estamos a ter uma mutação tecnológica absolutamente extraordinária e que a velocidade a que está a acontecer reestruturações para maior competitividade nas empresas é enorme. Nós temos diversos estudos que apontam para que os meses de 2020 que nós tivemos de pandemia deram pulos do ponto de vista da adaptação tecnológica das empresas que andam na casa dos 4 a 7 anos. E isso faz parte do mundo pós-Covid que nós vamos encontrar, em que nós vamos ter vencedores e empresas menos bem-sucedidas por razões pura e simplesmente de competitividade. E, ao mesmo tempo, vamos ter que ter regras orçamentais que reconheçam também a assimetria do choque que se está a sofrer. Há setores que têm mais turismo, mais serviços relacionados com o turismo do que outros e, naturalmente, nós não sabemos quais vão ser os próximos passos da pandemia, mas sabemos que há aqui um atrito às viagens que demonstra que, eventualmente, determinados países poderão ter um impacto, digamos que, com um efeito mais alargado. Gostava de sublinhar ainda sobre a questão das regras orçamentais, que, como dizia o ministro francês, é necessário rever as regras, mas nós precisamos de regras, não é? E, portanto, há esta dimensão também de compromisso que nos deve levar a compromisso nesta discussão europeia. Achamos que a questão da qualidade do investimento está posta na mesa e é uma área de ponte entre as diversas correntes de pensamento económico. Nós temos que pensar que os países desenvolvidos, nós temos um estoque de infraestrutura física e tecnológica que precisa ser mantida, reparada, substituída. Temos crescentes níveis de investimento também ao nível tecnológico para prestarmos um serviço às empresas, um serviço aos cidadãos. E isso exige previsibilidade ao nível do investimento, porque o investimento, para ser realizado, necessita de planeamento aturado. Achamos que esta dimensão da qualidade de investimento deve ser posta sobre a mesa. O próprio European Fiscal Board tem trabalho feito técnico nesta matéria e pode respaldar muito esse trabalho. Achamos que a questão da simplicidade também é importante e que haja uma compreensão das regras orçamentais pelos cidadãos, pela generalidade dos stakeholders e, portanto, aqui a simplicidade julgo que é um desafio para os macroeconomistas apresentarem propostas nesse sentido. Julgo que também, ainda ao encontro aqui de 2 pontos que frisou o professor Vítor Constâncio, tem a ver com a União Bancária e a União de Mercado de Capitais. Estes são 2 temas em que nós, na Presidência, sentimos que para toda a gente é urgente. Mas depois fazer isto acontecer é outra coisa. Por exemplo, a Presidência Portuguesa fez enorme trabalho sobre o EDIS, o Fundo de Garantia de Depósitos Europeu. Mas a verdade é que não estão reunidas as condições para atacarmos a questão da União Bancária, para ela ser implementada, digamos que, na data tal. E, portanto, nós achamos que deveríamos imprimir à escala europeia este sentido de urgência e de decisão que tivemos no quadro da pandemia, porque a União Europeia conseguiu ser eficaz, por exemplo, nestas 2 grandes dimensões, para completarmos, de facto, a nossa União Económica, que é a União Bancária e a união do mercado de capitais. Portanto, estes eram alguns pontos que vos gostaria de deixar e reforçava o agradecimento a toda a administração, nomeadamente o Ministério das Finanças e aos reguladores que muito nos ajudaram nesta empresa que foi trabalhar na presidência portuguesa, que também foi uma honra, porque isto apenas acontece de muitos em muitos anos. Muito obrigado a todos.
Damos por encerrada a Cimeira da Recuperação. Muito obrigada pela vossa presença. Desejamos a todos uma boa tarde.